Hello. Welcome to another streamy thing. Let's see what we can make happen here. For instance, we'll start with starting the fire, as always, for wintertime anyhow. This ought to work all right. Burned through quite a bit of firewood there, but it's because I didn't have the damper on. I should be able to amend that this time around. One hopes. We'll see. I'll find out. And let's see now. Alrighty. So that ought to start in a moment. We shall see. See, here it goes. And it's going to be another derping around in Minecraft day. I feel like that's an appropriate thing to do on a day when the country in which I live is blowing up and catching on fire and doing a Hindenburg thing. I will look in on how that worked later. I'm not sure if I want to watch it go down. We shall see. I still have a bunch of firewood, so I have that going on. I had one of my remaining, I am down to the last 2 cans of pea soup that are actually past the expiration date, which for cans doesn't matter as much as you'd think. Or at least potentially it doesn't matter. I certainly haven't found it to. You have to make sure that whatever the can thing is, it hasn't like bulged open or burst or something. That's guaranteed bad. But if it hasn't, it's probably just not taste as good. And soon enough, I will be getting more canned pea soup, and it'll all be like within code, so I can go through that. But it'll actually taste nice rather than tasting like I've gotten back to it 5 years later. Going, oh, I used to do this, right? So, that. And I can switch over to this, but what we're really doing is switching over to this. Oh, look, I can link my Discord. Well, I don't actually have my Discord running anymore. I dare say I have one that works, but here's a new surprise. This is online now. So as we jump back to what we were doing on Tuesday, you'll see I got a few details going on, like smaller and tidier information about where I am and what direction I'm pointing and so on. And a compass. All of this is Lunar Client stuff. They're desperately trying to sell me things like capes and funky add-ons and stuff, but that stuff they let you just use. And you'll notice that we have an IP address up in the corner. This is live to the internet. You need to be running like, I think it's 128.5, whatever it is. It is now open for business. I was able to get it to work. I went and redid, not so much redid, but I looked up on MineOS, and MineOS had a thing where people were upgrading its built-in Java, which needed to go from like Java 1.17 to like 1.25 or something crazy like that. And so I did my level best to do that. I did it, and it worked. And so this is now non-modded, current as current can be Minecraft working on a public server at which I am displaying the IP address. Although I think what I'm going to do is, if you're not quick enough to spot what that is and what it means, then I'm not going to help. And the reason I'm doing it that way is I'd like to have a sort of more Airwindows-y version of some of the things that people do. Like there was that famous, now I'm trying to remember the name of the dumb thing too. Meanwhile, I will start getting some of my stuff together. Notice that I have diamonds now. It's the end of the Tuesday stream. I went and found some of those. But the deal with the public server is that I think it's B2, F2 or something. There are famous anarchy servers that run that are just open to anybody and became popular because people wanted to just do crazy stuff. I feel like this could be an Airwindows-y version of that, where people who like what I'm doing and would enjoy having like a place to live in my house that is technically not in my physical, well, the laptop is in my physical house. And I often don't spend a lot of time game playing. I don't give myself time for that. But I've always liked the idea of just sharing my resources with people. That's why I'm the open source dev, you know? And what better way of doing that than to run a modern Minecraft server that people can play on and enjoy. So this is me resuming that. The one that I had that was the Snowball Madness one, funnily enough, this, I don't know whether it's the way that I did it or just the superiority of the modern Minecraft code, or I don't know what, but it started up way quicker than the modded versions ever did, even though that was just 1.12, right? And this is more along the lines of your very newest, hottest of all. But still, it launched on the server very quickly. I haven't done anything unusual with any of it. So if there is anything significant about like being able to look up the seed or whatever, like, I guess that is not a command. I completely do not remember how to do any of these things. I think I'm not allowed to do any commands at all. So give me suggestions. Okay, that's an incomplete command. I really, truly don't know what I'm doing. I have this magic book in the chest over there, and I had to look up what a bunch of the things were. One of them is ability to get past mob armor, so that's kind of neat in its own right. But on the whole, there really is not all that much that I know about this stuff. So the other thing about that is, much like that famous anarchy server, I'm probably not going to pay a lot of attention to making this one work and run good. So, and I see I've got a little bit of chat going on. Here, I tell you what, let me rearrange my windows just a bit. See, here's the chat window. and I will put it there. And neat. So I don't know that much about Mag EQ 3 or 4, but I'll take your word for it that that is a good thing. You're presenting it to me as if that was good, and I will take that as read. Very good indeed. So this is how I get more firewood in Minecraft for the purposes of making charcoal and stuff. It's going to be one of my resources, one of the things that I can build stuff with. I did a little inspection in there's a seed mapper online that I was able to look up, and it was indeed correct. I do have the right seed. And we've got our lovely cherry blossom world over here. And there's a fair bit of other interesting things that I could go and look at. One of the things about me in playing Minecraft is I am somewhat less likely to go and beat the actual game. Partly because I'm simply not very good, but also because I'm not that interested in, like, I'll grapple with things as they show up. If you remember the commands, you could simply log on and experiment and find out. Like I said, this is now public. It is as public as those crazy anarchy servers, except for I have hopes that it's not going to become like, it would not be very Airwindowsy for it to be an anarchy server in the style of hurting other people and breaking their things. I used to play with folks who ended up getting all to like 4chan, and it was not really a happy time for me dealing with that. So I'm going to see how things... Oh, hello, Rain. I'm going to see how things work out here as far as letting people play. The other thing I've observed is that when I have people who are nice and are playing along, they usually want to do things for me, which goes against the way that the game is actually about doing all of these things, whether they be like arbitrary, you know, you're there to mine all of the blocks and build all of the things, rather than have somebody build things to your specifications. So that was what happened last time around when I did this whole deal. And at that time, it was running software for me, since I was running Snowball Madness. And since this is no longer the Snowball version of it, this is the modern up-to-the-minute version, so it's got all of that stuff going on, some of which I have begun to experience. I've begun to experience some of the modern stuff. See, I could be fighting with some of these mobs more effectively if I made a diamond pick. I mean, a diamond sword. I could go and beef with mobs all I wanted to and at least be able to kill them fairly quickly, although I'm not going to have diamonds for armor for some time now, I think. But I'm going to have whole bunches of firewood very quickly. Oh, except for maybe... Can I reach the top one from... Also, I turned off the music this time. Yeah, that tracks. I am like 56. I used 4chan when I was in my 40s, which is all the more pathetic, of course, but not as unusual as you'd think. But then that's the thing, is it's more a like your position in life kind of thing, more than it is like I didn't really have Airwindows going very satisfactorily at the time. That really replaced my desire to do stuff versus going on and being one of the draw friends, right? I was also around for some of the 4chan pony invasion, which is very interesting, and it's also kind of salient to what that place can be like. It's not guaranteed that like people without a world and with nothing going for them automatically turn evil and bad. Far from it. We probably got people, fighting on the side of Ukraine who are heavily into 4chan at this time. Because at some point what they were doing from Paul or so on stopped being cool. It stops being cool if you're obviously just being manipulated. And people were able to figure stuff out after a certain point. I hear all of these bird calls, and I'm not entirely sure what they're coming from. Whether they're the mod pack, they could be the lunar client thing that I do. By the way, it did also offer a frame rate thing. I'm not getting especially great frame rate, but considering that I'm streaming at the same time, that's not too shabby. Also, a bunch of this stuff that I was observing on Tuesday did indeed turn out to be April Fool's jokes. In particular, my rabbit friend. Turns out I would not have been able to hurt or kill the rabbit friend even if I had tried. But the jump scares with the creeper randomly appearing and making a noise was also an April Fool's prank. And again, these were lunar client, although they may also have been they might have been Minecraft expressed through lunar client rather than being lunar client's doing. I don't entirely know. Excuse me. I've seen people trying to run stuff on, the likes of Raspberry Pi 4s and such. So the PC that I am running is, of course, a Mac, but it's a big honkin' Mac Studio. So that's why it's able to do things like run Chromium for me seeing chat and so on. And, are you able to tell all of those things? Yeah, I sort of have default settings on that, but if people have really good suggestions, I can restart this on stream. Like I can go to the MineOS control panel, make changes, and restart it on stream. I just wasn't planning on doing that. Like I don't really have to. But the computer is one of my programmer brothers. Actually, they're both programmers in a sense. I'm not actually talking to either of them right now. They are opposite political views, so that explains why I wouldn't be talking to one of them. And that's the one that gave me a cast-off Linux laptop. And that Linux laptop is what has been running my Minecraft servers ever since, because I had no direct use for it myself. And then the other one is I believe, a working graphic designer. I never learned very much about what he was doing, or where he was doing it. But, and there's some charcoal, so we can load this up a little bit. In fact, we can load this up and start making plenty more charcoal because we can. and then return back over here to plant another row of trees because we can. But yeah, I've sometimes talked about my family. I have one of those family of origin things where it can be challenging in its own right. Okay, so that's probably fine, and I've missed several over here, so like that. Perfect, or as near perfect, it makes no difference. I've played other games. In fact, I've even streamed other games, although not necessarily on the Airwindows channel. The reason this is on the Airwindows channel is because I'll answer questions about my plugins and sort of talk idly about the stuff that I do in the meantime. I am tempted to go and make another cup of coffee, and that might in fact happen if I can do it before literal noon here. Let's go back over into this area. Look at how much I used that axe. That's amazing. I have not done anything with the game porting kit. It's probably over my head. To be perfectly honest with you, I bet I can't do anything with it. I don't think I'm good enough to do that, but it's nice of you to suggest it, I suppose. Now here is something which hopefully will work well for defending me. That is up, and now we've got everything all filled up. So I'll eat that, or maybe I'll just throw those away and not have them. I said throw those away and then I'll not have them. Yeah, see, you ask what CPU I have. I should be able to answer that. So it's an Apple M1 Ultra with 20 cores and 128 gigs of memory. This explains a bit why I'm able to do things like this easily. I just showed you the serial number of my computer, which hopefully will never matter. We shall see. And this is not modded. This is literally stock, the most recent incarnation of Minecraft. You know what? There was something I was thinking of doing. Although, to do it, I'd kind of need to... It looks like I have even more wood to build things with. Let's make another couple of chests. And perhaps one way over here. So I am going to want to move my base around a little bit. I don't want to be entirely out on this rock promontory here. It is in fact the one that I do the programming on, that's an antique. I programmed to have stuff work on much older machines so that I could, yeah, it was Snow Leopard. This is actually not the most recent of Macs. It really is not, but it is one option. Yeah, I do my development on a Snow Leopard machine. And it is far, 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 far weaker you would never be able to do this, i.e. play Minecraft at over 20 frames a second. And, oh, hi, that's just a torch in there. And live stream and all of that. I would never be able to do that. So I had an idea of something that I could do, although maybe I'll need a handy dandy stone pick. Might just need. I have 16 levels, but I was thinking of just sort of doing a suicide run for lighting up a nasty place I came up with, which is right down here. See, there's bad stuff, and there will be all the more of it the farther I go. But I can probably drop down there without hurting myself and be immediately killed by monsters. The spider can actually get up to me. Or perhaps not. But yeah, there is mobs. Come to think of it, I have perfectly decent armor on, and I could stash that in the chest as well. But I also have a iron sword that I had just decided I didn't need. So, long as I'm doing a Kamikaze light up the place run, so that I can use this new area and build down into it. But that's why I'm not really worried about lowering the horizon or narrowing like the chunk boundaries. I like being able to see fairly far, and hopefully that will hold up reasonably well. And how's my fireplace? Still doing good. I've been using macOS since way before Snow Leopard was a thing. The first computer that I ran was actually a Mac Performa 575 running System 7. I'm pretty sure I had that before OS 8. And you may be thinking, oh, so Snow Leopard, or no wait, Snow Leopard is OS 6. Oh, no. Snow Leopard is 10.6. This was before Mac OS X. That's how far back I've been using Macs for things. You know, I could go and get gravel and have an easier time getting down here. But no matter. So, how can I make this be a cunning trap by which I can get down here and start beating up monsters? If I make a path for them, they will in fact come for me, and then I can hit them with the sword. But might not be quite as simple as that. Or then perhaps it can be. Look at that. So the plan, and why I have done this the way I've done it, is to... Lovely. Only had so many of those, didn't I? Plan is to get down there and light things up, which I could actually start right there. Oh, I've left a bunch of... And I see a kind of funny glowy thing over there. And I'm more or less seeing whether the spider will jump out. Tanjo, hey! Yeah, this is somebody that I know from the furry fandom. And presumably you're at work. Indeed, this is me derping around in Minecraft, at which I am not very good, but I'm going to see what I can do. Right now, I'm doing sort of a kamikaze run of lighting up this area, because I dug down into this area. I should probably jump down so that I can pick up those blocks, because I'll probably want to use them. Oh, look, that's actually not helpful, but looks like we're making stairs. And I will be able to run around lighting things. I'm surprised Mr. Zombie isn't there. That seems weird. I know I saw him, it's just dark down here. Well, nothing to it but to do it. Also, I think I see iron on the floor. Whatever, this is what I said I was going to do. Sir. Oh, I hear you. I took off all of my armor because I figured I was just going to get killed doing this, but what the hey. Oh, it came from there. Let's see. The ones I don't feel like dealing with right now are creepers. This is a bit of a confusing maze. It's annoying. Why, yes, fight your way uphill, please. Damn it. Okay, so that's not going to work for me. On the other hand, I have now dropped only one sword down there, which I could go and grab and get more of. And I've placed a bunch of torches, so if I simply run back over there... I heard a noise, but it was probably just me stepping on gravel. So I can hustle back over there, having lost all of my levels doing that, which I expected. That was the plan. I thought I was going to get less done in the process, but that was the plan, was that I was not going to be able to fight all of those guys off and then get back. Ooh, no, high ground didn't work. I told you I was not good at this game. But I am determined, and I will accomplish something in my not goodness. And I also have not burned my armor or the diamond sword that I made. If I really need to, I can arm myself with that. But what I can do is run down there and start derping around, placing torches and blocking off areas. I'll just run down there very quickly. Hopefully the zombie did not pick up the sword and start hitting me with it, which is very possible. That is definitely one of the things that could very well happen, but it didn't this time. So cool. Why don't I have more torches? Why don't I have more blocks? Interesting. So this is a cool looking area, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to make a way of continuing to dig straight down. I'll just make a tunnel. And we do have some gravel, so I can get a hold of a block and a torch while I'm at it. If I even need one, looks like I do. Oh, there's where it went. Cool. There can be a certain amount of hunting for diamonds and things just this way. Oh, that scared me, but that was only a bat. I am doubtless placing too many torches, but I do not care. The torches are for stopping mobs from jumping out at me. And there's 2 left. And this leads me back to where I already was. So that's cool. I just did a big loop-de-loop. Let's see about... I'm pretty sure I had even more torches. I hear a thumper. Oh, that's not my stairwell at all. Okay, well, this is clearly where I was, so how do I find... I bet this is my stairwell. I bet it's made out of bricks. Cool. Or perhaps not. Nope, it is. Have I used Linux and such? I have. Linux has never been my daily driver. It's always been just me doing certain things with the shell in Mac OS X, and also being just enough familiar with Linux that I could do things like set up MineOS or whatever. That's one of the things. So I had lots more torches. This is probably a fine time for me to go and deal with those. Seeing as I've done some loop-de-loops around here. See, I hear badness, but it's not necessarily... Ah, see, I've been here. I haven't been down here. And there's little sub-caves everywhere. Everywhere. There's also a hell of a lot of iron here. So if I see any areas that are clearly just loaded with iron, that could be another vein of iron ore, and that could be handy. We've got some... Oh, look, it goes up this way. Well, that looks all kinds of helpful. Oh, joy. Big, big place. So let's see, one thing that we can do here is work out how to wall it off so that it's not easy to climb up unless you're a spider, and I'm more comfortable dealing with spiders than some of the other stuff around here. So let's see, that's a pretty steep drop. That can just sit there. There we go. Walled off so that it's only spider friendly, and look at that, there's an area up there. Well, can I place a lit up? Very good. And we've got 12 more bricks. So we can just mark this off as, this is weird, so there's a cavern here. X marks the spot, except for it's just a line. In terms of sheer numbers, there are other plugin makers who are doing things like native LV2. I might be a key factor as actively making plugins that are Linux, and it's tricky. It's a little bit tricky even then, because the thing is, it's leveraging VST2. So modern Linux builds are probably going to want to use Clap. And I'm making Consolidated available thanks to BaconPaul. But I didn't actually do that coding. So in a very real sense, the fact that Linux is supported owes a lot to BaconPaul, and is stuff I'm not able to do personally. Now let's see, shall we get our good stuff back? Although we could probably just get a bunch of stone picks while we're at it. Those noises made me slightly nervous, but hey. Linux VST2 is very much actively supported. In fact, every time I release stuff, you'll notice that in the download, there is the Intel Linux VST2, but I'm also doing a Raspberry Pi version. And although the last time I tried it was quite a long time ago, I still had a great deal available from that. Okay, so I want to go down from here and continue. That's going to involve digging a bunch of blocks, but we can do that. That's very feasible. Lots of places we can dig a bunch of blocks. So one of the reasons I am enthralled with the Raspberry Pi Linux is that it's so cute. There is not that much to it. It's a very tiny energy efficient type of thing. And you can build those into things like, if you're inventing a synthesizer, perhaps you want to run your synthesizer off of a Raspberry Pi and just have it be, it's a soft synth, it's a computer. Hey, Jonathan. Oh, I have to, on Intel, I have to recompile everything every time. Not on everything, but on Intel I have to. Let's get some more of this densely placed. This is acting like it's another iron seam. And I like that. I've already laid waste to one of the iron seams. All to the good if I'm able to find another. But mainly I just want to make my little stairwell, which will end up becoming an enclosed stairwell for going through this area, If I want to get fancy, what I might do is go and find some sand, make some glass, and then have windows. That would be nice, but until that point, oh, and we can replace that. You can have a floor torch be there. And picking up this stuff, I should be able to start making the stairwell I talked about. Got to go from here. That's a lot of gravel. Might come in handy. Although I appear to be mostly getting... a good deal of flint. And here's the rest of the gravel. Don't have a shovel on me, but no matter. I'll empty this area out and then throw some torches in there. Because when I'm playing Minecraft, often I'm just wanting it to be basically soothing, even though I'm playing on hard difficulty. Like, the game to me is figuring out stuff to do, typically simple, repeatable things that I can do, and doing them. And then having the rest of the game operate pretty much on full crank with all of its challenges and all of its things available, but managing it so it doesn't have any surprises for me. So I placed lots of torches, and I'll be mining up a bunch of iron. That should give me backup armor if I lose mine. And I'm glad that Dubplate 2 is working for you. That's tough. That's not gravel at all. One of the reasons that I am not drinking so much coffee lately is I'm actively doing a self-care thing where during the period that I was developing, God, what was it that I was doing at the time? Some of my more recent stuff. I was pushing on that so hard that I was feeling physical effects from it, like getting chest pains and stuff, going so intensely with the things that I was trying to do, and drinking so much coffee that I was like, this feels dangerous and bad. And so what I did was consciously chose to cut way back on guzzling so much coffee and doing all that work, and that's why I've reinvented the chilling out with Minecraft side of things. And also why I'm taking such a chilled approach to it. The way that it, like when you're an old fart, right? The way it often works out is, and I know that I could place the torch and then I would remove the entire stack, except for these are not tall stacks, and so I don't care. Yeah, decrackle, you got it. That's the one. I was working so hard on decrackle that it was extremely stressful. And I think I've got it, which I am still deciding what I want to release going forward. Actually, do we need this tuff here? I think not. It's just a little stack in the air that I can replace with regular stone or something. Or indeed, I can use this stuff as scaffolding. Now, you want some coffee? I think I want some coffee as well. That's the thing, is I can tell how I'm doing along those lines by my eyesight. So if I'm pushing way too hard, this absolutely is, that's an iron ore. That's an iron vein, no question about it. I don't know how high up it goes or how low it goes, but I'm going to be doing something in there. So if I'm pushing too hard on the coffee, typically it's early enough in the day that I don't have a lot of problems sleeping necessarily. But the danger zone is like if my chest feels too tense or whatever, and so I back off and I make a point of not going so hard that I'm endangering myself. But if I'm not drinking enough coffee, my eyes don't work as well as they used to. I need to have a certain amount of blood pressure for my eyes to be able to focus well, because I'm old, and I'm only getting older. So it's getting to where, beyond even not feeling signs of pushing way too hard, I have chilled out to the point where now I'm having trouble like reading books with small print and stuff, sometimes even with the reading glasses on. So, Igor, perhaps you would like to do just that, and I'll do likewise. One thing I'm going to do, however, is log off from there and go and find my stream audio folder so you folks can listen to something, perhaps one of these things. I mentioned earlier how I was maybe going to put these out because why not? And I could. I haven't decided, but what I would want to do is either run Dub Plate 2 on them or run mastering on them and tune them in. And a bunch of this other stuff is either stuff that I've put out before. Here's 2 different versions of Rise, for instance. Or who knows, something else. But yeah. I will get this rolling. Excuse me. And I will throw another log in my fire. And it's only 12:22, so I am going to go and make another cup of coffee. And I'll probably be fine, but I'll also be able to see a little better tomorrow because managing the old blood pressure by drinking more caffeine. I also wonder whether there's a level of people with ADHD often find themselves self-medicating with stuff, so you'll be wired up beyond belief on coffee and cigarettes, even if you're not taking ADHD medication. And like my degree of autism, I think, has some things in common with that. So I thrive at a level of coffee that I can't maintain for terribly long. Because the whole, like, being a recovering addict thing, you really relate to the degree to which being a recovering addict and still living as a human being involves becoming comfortable with dissatisfaction. There's no such thing as enough if you're an addict. So there's no such thing as enough coffee. And then being really strict about it, which I've been doing for like the last week or so, is having way too little. And there's no real happy medium. So you just do the best you can with what you've got. On that note, I'm going to throw another log on the fire and go and make that 3rd cup of coffee that I'm going to allow myself today. got my coffee. I almost don't want to shut this off and go back to derping around in the Minecraft, although that's what I'm here to do. That and talk. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Tanyo. I needed to find out whether I pronounced it Tanyo. There's any number of ways I could pronounce that name. This all is a live performance. What you're hearing is me jamming onto a live stream with like 2 people, none of whom talked to me, a goodly number of years ago. In fact, 2020. It's the end of 2020. So that's what I was doing then, is I did a fair amount of these. I had a whole setup in my room here and just kept evolving it, hooking stuff together. Tanyo, awesome. Tanyo or Tonjo? What with the synthesizer you've recently resampled, that's definitely Tonjo, right? But yeah, this was all a live performance with my pile of synthesizers and things. Fair. Well, as long as you're content with that. Meanwhile, we can come right back into here and nothing should be happening because it's a dark room underground. But what I was intending to do was continue my little stairway. My little stairway, my little stairway. Oh, look, there's even more of this stuff here. Yeah, he's just put together an Oberheim Matrix 6 that wasn't working for a long time. I did a similar thing with my Farfisa. I got a Farfisa organ, Farfisa Commander, that was not in working order, and eventually I was able to get it working, and it showed up in some of my stuff. So yeah, we go down from here. So I'm looking to make a nice little stairway that I can eventually build around. And then it'll just continue going from there. Technically, Farfisa, not Fartsvisa. But I understand if you're not full of respect for it, because it's one of those old Italian organs. It does have a synthesizer voice built into it, which is quite interesting in its way. Let's carry this in case we need it to open anything. And we'll put that away. We'll put those things away. And the large amount of flint we have, hopefully I can make arrows out of that at some point, because I am at the point of being able to make a bow and arrow. I'm pretty sure I've got enough string and sticks to do that. Hell yeah. Well, we hope. That's always the thing. You never can tell. One of the YouTubers that I watch is Patrick Willems. And Patrick Willems has a assistant who I think is this adorable lady. And she has a whole thing of watching Kilms, which is her name for Val Kilmer movies. And sadly, Val Kilmer just died at less than 10 years older than I am right now. It happens. So we do the best we can, really, is how that works. Oh, do I have? I do have enough torches, which I'm going to need. And I'm so obviously in the middle of an iron seam. That's cool. I like that. That pleases me. Oh, I've dug down into this area too. Ow. Oh, there's lava around here as well. Handy. Let's just gather up a bunch of iron while we're at it. Should be able to replace it with deep slate. Might even give me a hint as to whether the iron seam goes up or down. I honestly don't have all that much in the way of more stuff. Oop. Let's just run around picking up iron. Can probably use that. Yeah, I've not seen this. Oh goodness, look at that. That is dark and needs lighting up. Where'd that come from? I don't remember getting over here. There's a bunch of space over there. I don't think anything can climb up there unless it is a spider, and as I have explained before, I'm not particularly worried by the spiders. In fact, they give me string, so I'm happy about the spiders. I like them. So let's see, where were we at? We were going down here and falling, but I could also go down here more naturally. Contemplating getting gold. Deciding against it. Okay, it was here. And there's yet another thing of iron. And yet another thing of iron. So many irons in the fire. Thank you. Yet another thing of iron. This pick is going to be done in a moment. Oh, yet another. You really are having all of the iron ore, and that's pleasing to me because it's one of the things I was going to be needing. That's num. Looks like I can be heading down even further than this. Just going to be a little cautious about falling in the lava. So if I fall in the lava, I lose all my stuff. That's no good. Yeah, so gosh, I go and make my coffee and I'm not drinking any of it, so let's fix that. I would love to have been able to record grand pianos, but that's a little beyond my capacities. I don't have any and I've not been near any. So that definitely slows that down more than a bit. But I'd love to. That would be really great. Let's see. There we are. a well-lighted underground place. You know, I can go back up to that room, dig back the other way, and I will almost certainly end up in deep dark, and that'll be interesting. There is deep dark directly beneath where the spawn is. So that might pose its own interesting things to do. Because I'm pretty sure if you go carefully enough, you can survive deep dark. There aren't any mobs there. There's just the warden. And although the warden is dangerous and intimidating, oops, you can avoid setting them off if you're careful. And that's something that I enjoy playing Minecraft carefully. Doing this kind of thing. It's just very methodical. It's kind of meditative. One of the things that I do when doing live streams and Minecrafting is, if you're patient, I talk through all the stuff that I'm doing or planning. It just takes me forever to get around to any given point because my brain is focusing on digging the next block. But all the same, I may very well end up communicating like my big plans going forward. It's interesting, like when listening to that music from the other room, it reminded me that one of the things I do is that live streaming or simply creating, I don't have to stream it. Streaming it tended to be a bit of a bummer because I would be doing these jams and it would take a while before those cool moments would happen and weird things would happen sonically. And you'd end up having nobody sticking around because the jam part was not being interesting. Let me see. Yeah, the microphone I'm currently using, I think, is a MT1. I believe there's the MT1 and the MT1A. They're both unusually low noise. So whatever it is that you're using, it's really good about being able to pick up the quieter details. You're not going to get a background noise out of it. And it is whichever of those two is the darker. Because one of them, MT1 or MT1A, is brighter and tizzier. I typically go for darker condenser mics as a rule. I heard from some much older professional engineers about certain variations on them. There's a company, Roswell Audio, that makes some really good stuff. And so I've ended up with a fair number of them. There was a point when I was using... oh, that looks like bedrock to me. I think that is bedrock. I have hit bedrock. Yep. So we can do a strip mining thing if we want. I'm not sure whether that will help much with finding diamonds. This is not the way to find diamonds anymore, honestly, but it's a thing that could be done. I could just continue onwards with that. Or I can just go, hey, successfully got the way all the way down to the bottom of the world, as it were. There is most certainly that. So, or we could try something else, seeing as this is the mining on into the night stream. I've now got a nice stairwell for going up, but if you remember, seeing as this is a known seed, this is the seed which is the version of the golden ratio with the most digits that I had on older code which was using the variable type float64. So that's the thing. That means you can go and find what this seed is without me even showing it. The seed is literally up on GitHub if you pick the right one. It is a much older version of that. Currently I'm working on a plugin called Garden. And what Garden is, let's begin with the, let's put some of this stuff away, but then begin with the digging thing while we're at it. I am going to want to go and get some more torches. But here's the thought. Let's dig down in exactly the same line by working around this area until we can go back into that spot. Oh, look, more iron. Are we literally on top of the... Maybe we are. Maybe that's what that's going to be, is I'll just start uncovering all this iron in this section, which I was thinking was going to become just a stairwell, instead turns into the next iron pit. Or possibly not. Maybe it's simpler than that, and there were only a few of them there. Told me whether the thing was iron from 100 feet away? Surely not. Oop. Okay, so make that one look like that one. There we are. Or whether this was the MT1 or MT1A. I'm pretty sure it's MT1 that's the darker of the two. Also, the MT1A looks different, so you would be able to tell me from 200 feet away. Yeah, the next plugin is called Garden. It is nothing more or less than a some torches, very good, a little symmetricalness there. And let's go down from here. See whether we immediately hit more iron. I suppose not. Yeah, I mentioned Roswell. I heard about Roswell from professional sound engineers considerably older than me, which is going some, as you might imagine. The same people who were doing like Led Zeppelin and ZZ Top, etc., are still out there doing their own thing. In fact, the particular person I'm mentioning is somebody I have actually met. I went to this guy's photography exhibition because the same man who recorded Led Zeppelin 3 and was quite involved in making ZZ Top's hit albums up to and including Eliminator. Eliminator was their big shot at coming up with outlandish ways of doing things that are more akin to dance music, honestly, than anything else. That's Terry Manning. And I think it was on Terry Manning's forum, which is a very small audio forum, but it's a bunch of old geezers like that. where I heard about Roswell mics. And in particular, somebody was endorsing, and not in the way, I don't think they have enough money to get people to endorse them, but somebody was saying, yeah, so here's the one that you should use. Roswell Mini K47 is really good. So I tried them and I found, like, yes, indeed, that is in fact very good. Because it's a large diaphragm condenser, but it's a very much a darker sounding large diaphragm condenser. It's not a bright tizzy condenser mic, so you get a lot of space when recording with it. I compared it to a bunch of the other ones because Roswell has multiple mics that they make, and they had examples with using it on drum overheads and such. And I was quite happy with how the Mini K47 sounded, because it sounded more like the stuff I grew up on, rather than modern, overly bright and twinkly audio. Dark, like this hole beneath the ground in which I am digging. In fact, at that point, I started experimenting with other Roswell mics, including ones that were a little more expensive than that. For instance, I've spent a lot of time on stream, or, well, not on, well, sometimes on stream, I suppose. I've done a lot of videos where the recording is a Roswell Colaris into the Blackmagic camera. Because for all my videos and also streams, I'm using the Blackmagic camera for the audio. That's what you're hearing right now, in fact, is that Rode into the Blackmagic camera's powered mini XLR input. I've got a mini XLR to full-size XLR cable, and the Blackmagic camera is capable of, I hear skeletons, but they're not where I can see. The Blackmagic camera is able to power a condenser microphone, and it's got a pretty darn good preamplifier. And it is also furnishing its own converter. It's only doing 48K, but for a lot of purposes, capturing at that is completely fine. I like doing mixing and DAW processing, internal processing at 96K. That doesn't mean that all the captures have to be 96K, although if I can make them be, then I will. In fact, the videos that I make are, the sample rate for the video is 96K, but the footage of me and the camera and talking into a microphone, that microphone audio is coming in at 48K and being mixed and indeed I think probably also processed at the base project rate of 96K. Either that or it's being processed at 48 and exported at 96. But I think the project rate being 96, and then the audio that I have captured from the computer is 96K native. And yeah, basically it's just sort of detail-oriented, doing various things to get a more full and satisfying sound. Much of that is like running at 64-bit bus in Reaper. Things like that where, you know, I dither to 32-bit floating point in my plugins, but I don't think anybody is going to directly hear that. It's just the discipline of doing the correct thing, whether or not you immediately hear it personally or not. I'm going for the kind of sound where I've taken the pains to do the details correctly, whether or not any one detail is enough to register.
And then some of the rest of my stuff is about thinking up things that are musical in nature that can inform the kind of music that I make, where I can also share what it is that I'm doing with others. And that's really what that's all about. Yeah. Audio likes overkill. Doing the right kinds of overkill means that you can do any kind of sound that you want, and it's not going to restrict you in any way. If you want real overkill, I have spent a goodly number of years doing like extended double precision. And I'll still do it occasionally, like my mastering plugin. The mastering plugin processes in long double. Also, Console X. Oh, that looks like... Yep. We have got down to the bottom of the world. And I have a goodly amount of stuff there, so... let's mark that bottomness right there and continue. So yeah, what's really overkill is long double. And back in the day, I used to program with the internal bus for the plugin being long double. And I basically stopped because I ran an entire mix with a full set of plugins, including reverb plugins. And I ran that entire mix with my long double processing. And then I took all the double precision values and I converted them to double precision. The long doubles turned into double so that the bus was double and all the internal calculations were double precision. And I ran the audio on that. And then I turned them all to floats and I ran the audio on that. And I had chosen the plugins in such a way where you could basically have it be exactly the same mix. I just bounced it out each time, having replaced all the plugins with the versions that had the different floors. Noting also that there was a bunch of reverb and stuff which was plugin related. This is not just summing things and being done with it. I used a full mix and I used a full set of processing on it. And what I found was I did not need to use long double. Double sounded exactly the same to my ear. But I did need to use double because the 32-bit float sounded different. And not in a particularly obvious way, but in a way that I could identify as everything was just a little bit more plastic, a little bit more 2D, the kind of stuff that I associate with resolution issues. I could end up with trouble here. I could end up digging my way into lava and running backwards. But at least we're not in the nether, so it's not going to go too aggressively if I do hit lava. But I'm definitely below the lava point here. So we'll see whether I have to be a bit clever about figuring that stuff out. Certainly, maybe I'll dig the bottom one first. That's probably a more effective way of avoiding getting hit by lava. Fair enough. And the bit depth issues and sample rate stuff is completely different. My mastering plugin is not doing oversampling unless you make it do oversampling. The way it's designed, the frequency bands are operating subtractively. So what that means is if you have no adjustments, it doesn't matter whether the EQs or whatever were producing aliasing or not. If you've got it flat, nothing's going to happen. No aliasing is going to happen, nothing of the sort. If you're applying stuff, when you're doing that type of processing, when you're doing the processing based on that, ooh, and I might be getting down underneath my home base. I'm not quite sure how far I've come. We'll see. I'll make a staircase. How about that? We'll make a vertical staircase down into this area and then continue. Also, it says we're in plains. You would think that down this far it would start telling me deep dark, if in fact I had gotten there. I guess we'll find out. Oh, and my Z has a ways to go, I think. But yeah, if you're doing this subtractive form of EQ, where you're generating like the low frequencies and then your high frequencies are dry minus those low frequencies, even if you're doing something that might cause aliasing, once you reassemble the parts, you've got the bit identical original sound back. Which also means if you are assembling the parts in a different way, wouldn't it be interesting if I ran into the warden this way? I guess I could run away. It does say I'm in plains. I might end up listening for funny sounds that would imply I had gotten into deep dark and were at risk of setting off a warden by my mining. Until that point, however, I think we get to play however we like. But yeah, my primary thing, and particularly in mastering, I'm very interested in this, is being able to, what you'd call do no harm, being able to process the audio in such a way that it can be assembled back into literally what you started with. And that's why I'm doing the subtractive EQ. That's why I'm dividing EQs up into frequency bands, which then get assembled back together again at given volume levels, is for that purpose. It's so that if you add just a tiny bit of bass or something along those lines, you're touching the integrity of the original sound coming in minimally. And that's how some of Console X works as well. The Stonefire EQ, the Kalman filter EQ, well, that's a very striking kind of EQ. It's really weird. But even though it produces a extreme and aggressive sort of sound, if you have it flat, nothing like that is happening. And I'm trying to develop other stuff along those lines as well. For instance, there is another EQ that I'm calling Smooth EQ for the moment that is where I'm getting the filter that's going into Garden. Garden being the elaborate reverb plugin based on all of my new reverb impulses with the new program I've developed in Godot. That's the one where I'm trying to make the Godot engine run faster so I can check through. Somebody was asking on YouTube about how do you evaluate millions of reverbs? And I'm like, well, I'm making different delays. And Igor, I may not want warden action. I'm not entirely sure I'm ready to deal with warden action, but we can't but try. I can run along this hall if it comes to it. Okay, that didn't feel good. On the other hand, waste not, want not. I like making personality filters. In fact, there's a filter coming out. If you folks want, you could have this soon. Maybe give me a moment in my peaceful chasm of rock to step away from that a little bit. And here, we'll look at the Linux version. So here's some of the stuff that I can post this coming weekend. So I was thinking in terms of mastering 2, because that's using the sidechain, the side pass stuff, the elliptical filter that's present in dubplate 2. That's the one where I gave that. BeziComp is going to be very exciting when it comes out. That's a big deal. I could post Decrackle, although I haven't been working with it terribly much. Baxandall 3, that's the standalone EQ that's the same as the one in dubplate 2. But Angle EQ and Angle Filter are something a little bit interesting. Also, LR Convolve 3 is another weird convolution thing. And Sweetwide is bizarre convolution type stuff like the original LR Convolve, but used as a widenator. It is a strange beast. So I wonder whether it would be a good idea to put out Angle Filter or Angle EQ. So Angle Filter is a steep low pass with resonance. Rooms in Garden will be ordered by size, yes. Oh. I am hearing noises of mine machinery out of the Minecraft while I pause it. Interesting. But nothing's hearing me, so that should be fine. Even if it was a word and it doesn't matter. Angle EQ is a whole other thing. So Angle Filter is what I thought was going to be the new smooth EQ for use with like console O for orchestral. I don't think that's true. What ended up happening was I made this filter using a technique that I kind of experimented with, made multiple layers of it. It's a little bit like a biquad, but it's not. And I was able to get a very, very steep cutoff from it. But then I went and checked it, trying to subtract it, and I found that it was a terrible mess. That you could do this filter, but what it's doing is incredible amounts of phase shift. That's why Angle Filter has the tone that it does. But Angle EQ was set up to be one of those subtractive EQs. And then I had to do it completely differently. So Angle EQ is in fact a software EQ where you have 3 bands and you can adjust the cutoff of the treble band, you can adjust the cutoff of the bass, you can adjust the bottom and the top of the mid-range, but the way they assemble into an entire sound is deeply weird and strange. And the sound that you get sounds like a really dirty organic analog EQ with all manner of like phase shift and stuff. It sounds like some old console that's on the bizarre and colorful side. It's a very, very, very colorful EQ and very, very inaccurate. And that's Angle EQ. So that didn't end up being something that would go into a version of console unless it winds up sounding exactly like some particular historical console, which I don't think is the case. But that's something that I could put out this next weekend. So contemplate that while we derp around on the Minecrafts, because these are ready to come out. One of these is going to come out this coming weekend. Also, I've been resisting putting out Soft Clock because I want to be using it rather than just giving it to other people and being busy making other plugins and stuff. But maybe that's just as good of a reason to release it instead. Not sure. Oh, they exist on GitHub, but I haven't built them yet. If you were a clever little programmer, you can build any of my unreleased things. It's just that they might not be working yet. Some of them might be working. Some of them might not be working at all. If I put it out, that tells you that it's working. Oh, things just got very dark. I bet that means we're getting towards the deep dark. Hey! Yay! Let's hope we don't wind up hitting lava. Cool. Coming this way was a good idea. He says as the warden leaps out from behind a corner. Not that there are any corners down here, it's a straight line. He got a little more diamonds. Yeah, so you can... I don't know if Garden made it onto GitHub. It is not ready. If you built it now, assuming it's even there, which I think it's probably not. I don't think I've even got that far with it. It's not ready. And here's why. Garden is this large collection of 4x4 reverbs, much like Clearcoat, etc. The particular version of it is much like Creamcoat, with all of the conveniences included with that. It's not doing the Clearcoat thing of stripping the code down into the simplest possible form. Instead, it gives you a variety of options. I'm also including the smooth EQ as a low pass. That's what I ended up going for. And that is simply a variation on biquad filters, doing like a 8th order Bessel filter. And what a Bessel filter is just a form of filter cutoff, but it's unusually good at... Oh, and we made it to Stony Shore. I wonder if there even is deep dark around here. I guess we'll find out. So it's got the Bessel filter, but here's the thing. What about early reflections? I don't always include earlier reflections. Hey, didn't get stuck on that one. But Garden's going to need to use early reflections because I have this arrangement of room sizes. Even before you get to res, the DRes thing, which is our adaptation to frequencies. Oh, I guess we're going to get a little bit of gold. Just cause. New recipes unlocked for when you wanted to build stuff out of gold, which, granted, if I want to go into the nether, I'm going to want that. I'm going to want to make something out of gold so that they think that I'm one of them. But apart from that, I'm not particularly worried about it. But that's a good thing to do with gold, honestly. Make clothes out of gold so that the pig guys are happy with me. So what I have not yet done with Garden, I might be working on that next week. I might very well... Oh, hi. Can we fill that in? We can fill that in. Temporary light. Let's see what we can do. No, don't need to do that. By way of placing blocks underneath all of this. It's not really letting me do that, is it? Okay, well, as long as we have that there, so that there, as long as we don't have lava above that, I can work on going over. Or perhaps not. Hang on. Lava? No. Let's see what we have to do in order to get through this lava section. By the way, I could probably throw another log on it. It is getting warmer. So there's that. Oh, hi. That's not part of a lava lake. So, we go from here. I can start exploring which of these things. Figuring out what the level of the lava lake is. Okay, that's not awesome. How about here? That also not awesome. But I might just have a path to blocking this stuff off. Assuming it is not high up. So if I hit lava doing this, I quickly place a block. So far so good. Oh, there's some more. Don't like that. So we're going to try to make a path. Well, I don't know whether this is a lava lake or just a single beginning lava stream, which is a fair question. It could be either. If it's a lava lake, I'll want to make a tunnel through it, which is doable, perhaps non-trivial. Yeah, so one of the interesting things about that soft clock thing I was developing. Oh, looks like I can place that. Okay, that's arguably a dangerous situation. Perhaps I don't want that. And then so would this be. Can we do one of these? Yes, that is not the height of the other lava, meaning we can try to place blocks for a way down, like that. How about here? Okay, that's not going to be good. But can I do one here? Aha. Suggesting that I might be able to do that there, and I may be able to come in around the edge of this thing and be able to stop that lava pool if I do it just right. So firstly, I see another issue, but there's another scenario. Where coming in over it means I can place blocks. Too deep. There's your problem, but I'm standing over this now, so I can get access to that. It's not going to flow down, and I can see whether I can't get to the bottom of this pool, like that. At which point, same thing follows. I'm making a little tunnel through all of this in a cumbersome fashion. Up, except for not that way. I could fall in that pool if I'm not careful. Let's not. And at this stage, I think I'm looking at the ability to tunnel underneath this, although I could be wrong. Back in the day, and we're talking like 2007 or so, I wasn't making videos yet. Way back in the, you should be able to go on the Airwindows YouTube channel and just dig way back into the dawn of time. You'll be digging, if you go back to the first videos, you will go back to just about when I was like living on disability with my wealthy family, kicking around down in Pennsylvania, and I was paying back a debt incurred by them basically keeping me alive. They ended up getting old and dying of natural causes, and by the time they got old and died, they had gotten to a point of being this close from being that family being a millionaire, and I was on like a few $100 or $1,000 in my bank account and getting by on disability because I had basically been disowned by them at one point. So there were parts of that was not great. Let's see what we have up here. That's not lava yet. Might just be able to dig through this area. Well, I don't know what's going to happen here, though. Up. Nothing good. What about here? Is this also a path to the ungood? Nope. We're safe with that. That's not going to kill me. Nor is that. Nor is that. Hey, making some progress. There'll be a lot of... I suppose I can leave this as a cave and just light it and go from there. This might not be doing the job, but we can but try. I think I'm so far above that it might be worth, yeah, I mean, the family, what's there to say about the family thing? Honestly, I feel that is one of my most striking areas of whiteness, is that I survived a deeply challenged and twisted family. And they were doing the best they could, to be perfectly honest. It's not like they were such, oh, I should go and get more torches and just start going from here and seeing how much of that I've effectively sealed off. So if I start hitting lava at this point, that'll be a bit disappointing. Ideally, I have... like I said, disappointing. But I just blocked off one. Does it happen twice? Oh, no, that one's fine. I'm making tiny bits of progress because the area under here that is getting sealed off. Oh, no, spoke too soon. Dang it. Well, that's unhelpful. What do I need to do to get this to behave properly? I'll tell you. Come in from overhead. I should be able to reach the floor this way. I'm not sure if that's true. No, it is basically true, but I just have to handle it a little bit differently. That stretches down farther than I thought. Okay, onward. New torches need to be a thing quite soon. But can I reach the bottom of the pit? Not quite. That's a little progress. Same deal. Can I reach the bottom of the pit or an adjacent lava place to fill in? Now that this is, unless I am a derp, that's safer to do. Which is not to say that maybe I will be a derp anyhow, but I'll try not to be. Okay, that's not going to go as well as I'd hoped, but one step at a time. I will eventually get past the scary lava zone. And we'll see whether we can get into deep dark simply by mining at this low area. And that probably got me past the lava area, so okay, that didn't work. But can we place blocks to fill in around the edges is the question. I keep placing them wrong. Didn't mean to do that. Give me that back. Thank you. So, how about going from this angle? Is that where our troubles lie? No, that's fine. The lava is coming from this side or underneath where I'm standing, which is also a possibility. The new in-cave biome. Yeah, funnily enough, I haven't been moving on the cassette thing. I assume that it's typically when stuff like that happens, Sometimes it's because my brain can tell something's not right or something is not ready. I'm not always sure about how that works, but frequently that's how that goes. Up. That's from under me. That's from under where I am. Just like that. Can we place blocks and then dig them? And I still got a whole bunch of more blocks or more torches to make. I'm just curious as to how close I've come to being able to have this be the tunnel I wished. So here's another. That one's fine. That one's not, but I see where I can place a block, and now that one's fine. Yeah, like I have every intention of, I've already got the base of getting ready to do the cassette one. Like I've got the template and I've duplicated 2 tape 8 over. I'm just working out like at what point do I feel as if it's ready to go? Hi. That's helpful. Boop. Well, that's not what I meant to do at all. Are you like placing... Thank you. Let's see whether we can... Lovely. Same deal. I don't trust it, and I'm right to not trust it. That probably did that. Yep. See, here's how we roll. I don't know what you mean by a morphing plugin. Tonjo and Jonathan, actually just a moment. Scrolling. Yeah, Tonjo. Try 2 tape 8 and 2 tape 7. Some people really favor 2 tape 7, even though there are flaws in it that are significant. It has a particular thing going on where the doubly processing has this peculiar grainy, crunchy quality going on. And it appears that that works super well for some purposes. So in that light, if you're looking for that kind of thing, yes, absolutely, I consider 2 tape 8 to be my best recently, but don't sleep on 2 tape 7. It might actually end up being the go-to for certain purposes. And then, yeah, like I said, I'm going to be trying to do 2 cassette, and we're not quite ready with that one, not just yet. And I don't know exactly what it is that I know one thing that does weigh on my mind a lot is I have a physical cassette tape deck. Probably what I'm waiting on is I know I haven't been experimenting with the real thing. And at this stage, I can in fact do that. I can experiment with literal, real cassette deck. I've got a bunch of cassettes. I've got ones that I can re-record onto. I could record some of my test audio literally onto a cassette and use that to investigate my target. Because that's the thing, is it needs to get its sound. And time for me to go back and to get more torches. Probably have a fine time. I think 2 tape 7, yeah, the weird thing about that, and I've mentioned this before, I've mentioned this in like some of my places where the real programmers, the real audio programmers, there's like a special secret squirrel Discord for the plugin coders, and I have been allowed to go to it, and they talk about things like marketing and so on, and are typically very scornful of like White Sea, the White Sea Studios guy, for the fairly obvious reason that he is a clickbait YouTuber who's always making these thumbnails of like, oh my god, is this thing snake oil or whatever. I tend to be a lot friendlier to him, and not only because he has registered some of my stuff and talked about it. He's talked about a couple of versions of 2tape, if I remember correctly. But when White Sea checked out a recent version of 2tape, and I think it was 2tape 7. It was 2tape 7 that White Sea tried. It was 2tape 8, I think, that Andrew Huang showed. White Sea got me a bunch of new Patreon subscribers who liked what I did and supported me. I noticed the bump when White Sea posted a video. I saw nothing from Andrew Huang, listing it as like his worst of 20, most recent. And that just struck me as really interesting, because White Sea does not have nearly the numbers of Andrew Huang, and yet all the same, there was that big difference there. So yeah, I think one of the things going on there is I don't want to attempt 2 cassette before checking to make sure that my example that I'll use is actually correct. I need to have my test audio recorded on actual cassettes and experimented with. Until I can do that, it's not valid. Let's go and run and grapple with some of these guys. I bet I can get a little bit of string. And I might be able to get some... Not sure where they went. Arrows and such. If I find where these guys dropped dead. Not enough room for them to hide under the trees, which is just as well. Oh, there's an arrow. And more arrows. So I'm looking to be picking those things up where I can. Also, here's some more chores I can do. I can harvest and replant a bunch of this stuff. And I could pick up on more firewood while I'm at it. But this needs harvesting and replanting. One of the things I was going to do is I was going to cease doing the Minecraft vegetarian option, although it's pescatarian option because I've been eating fish. But as soon as I was able to actually breed the cows so that the cows would be sustainable, I would switch over to having those, and probably not keeping them in a horrible Minecraft farm, because that stuff can get creepy. The kinds of things that you can do in this game are definitely horrifying. But I don't have to go there. Nothing's making me... Oh, wrong thing. Nothing's making me do that. But I do intend to go for the full saturation effect of that, much like I do in real life, honestly. I'm trying to do more in the way of like soup and canned things these days. But a lot of that is just wanting to be sure that I have food in case stuff gets really weird and sideways, which I think is a fair concern. But another part of that, or at least, like, let's scoot over here and begin this process of going and finding multiple chickens and multiple cows and making more of the same. Like, these get fed seeds? Surely you get fed seeds. Come on. Up. Yep, I did not guess wrong. That's how it works. So now I have made a chick. Can pick up some more eggs while I'm at it. They don't let you make food out of eggs, which is a bit dissatisfying in Minecraft. You don't get to do that, but you do get to breed the animals. There's going to be a cooldown to that, but we will also be making the cows increase by the same method, and just sort of in a natural, without trapping them all in places. We'll just let them derp around where they're at for the time being. I could also make some more sheep and stuff too. Or perhaps not. But I can look and see whether I have more chickens in this area. That'd work. Oh, well, there's another cow. Do I have two other cows? Can I lure this cow over to where the other cows are? Probably I can. Also bring in the sheep while I'm at it, I guess. So you folks can all live here unless you wander away. But there will be enough of them living here that it's good enough for all purposes. Oh, and there's an XP orb. So I got that going for me. And the next thing you know, I'll find that they went down into my tunnels and are wandering into the deep dark. I feel certain there was deep dark around here. I'm not sure whether I've got there yet. I think I've dug my tunnel all the way over to here. Here's another thing is I could make more iron ingots, and I can chop down and replant these trees while I'm at it. That being one of the things that I'll do. Yeah, there's a lot of... Well, yes, you could try 2-tape right now. Again, 7 and 8 are both equally valid. 8 fixes a particular grainy quality that 7 had. But you're entitled to not care about the grainy quality and to be fine with it. Some people are completely fine with the grainy quality that it has. And here we are going to one piece of stone, one piece of cobbled deep slate. We're going to move all of the building blocks over to somewhere else. namely here. Oh, come on. There you go. It knew how to do it. It just needed to try. And then here's a way to deal with multiple stacks of things. And there's going to be less cobble, but we seem to have plenty of tuff, so that seems cool. There is still rather a lot of cobble. That apparently, oh, that's andesite. I thought it was gravel. Silly me. A little andesite, a little granite. A lot of tuff. A piece of stone. And more stacks of cobbled deep slate because I'm going to be using them. And now that we have lots of extra charcoal, we can do a bunch more iron. Oh. Let's run off in this direction a little ways and see if we can get another chicken. I want to go over to where the other chickens were. Here's a chicken. Do we have any other littler chickens? One. Cool. Okay. They're all going to be very much free range, although I could put up like well spaced out fences. There's ways that I could make it be a little more restrictive, but I feel like not making the horrible Minecraft farms. Again, there's a local who is a very cool lady, but also vegan. So many of these things, granted they're only video games, but it's echoing my real life behavior enough that I'm like, let's dial some of this aggressiveness back with regards to the eatings of the animals and all. And look, I've got more torches. That's what I was looking for. That will help me continue to travel. So this is minus 45. If I can get over to minus 45 with my digging technology, I'd be able to make a vertical stairway down to where I was at. Here we are letting the sun set so that I can sleep. Alrighty, so I will go overland to my path all the way down. 45 was it? Whee. 46, 45 thereabouts. I could absolutely make another stairwell down around here. In fact, literally in the same spot. And kind of go from there. So minus 46 it is. Let's see how close I've come. Also, stone pick in the right place. And let's risk the horrible, disgusting food. Hey, we got off on that just fine this time. So I don't need to reharvest wood anytime soon. I can anytime I want, but nothing's making me... interesting. We're this far over? I told you, though, the cows were going to try to go down into the hole. The calf might actually succeed. The compass is part of a The compass is part of a thing called Lunar Client, and I'm running my Minecraft using Lunar Client, which my understanding is it'll run a little faster than native Minecraft. It's a separate launcher. At least back when I started using it, that's the impression that I got, was I was going to be able to run a little more efficiently. I don't know whether that's true anymore, mind you. It seems to be at about the same speed as before. Oh. For whatever reason, I skipped over 2. That kind of violates my sense of evenness, but I don't have any blocks, so we'll let it be. Skelly is around somewhere. And now we're down into the subterranean, heading over to getting sick this time. So it was what, 45 minus something? I have not changed any of the chunks here from what I was doing on the local version. And I've obviously not gotten all the way over to literally underneath. Hi there, a little more gold. Cool. I'll collect that. I'll collect that before I damage myself with more lava. Huh. Lots of gold that I should be able to get to. If there's lava behind this, I will have surprised myself in a rather horrifying way. But hey, even got a little redstone. I have done stuff with redstone, which is not to say that I'm going to start doing plugins in redstone. That's going a little far. And we are definitely playing underneath another lava lake. No question about that. Which means I'll be digging down to the spot, not up. Tape 8 has better handling of the slight graininess. There's that aspect of it, which is the whole reason I rushed out to tape 8, is recognizing that when people were complaining about tape 7 on the basis of you'd feed like test tones and things into it and certain digital tones, and there would be this frizz included. And I think this is about, mind you, nothing is stopping me from continuing onward. I wondered whether I could maybe get to a deep dark biome, which I felt like there was one right under spawn. I could be wrong. There's a way that I can go and check. I can look that up if I want to. In fact, I was doing that earlier, just to see what kind of situation I'd landed myself in with my wonderful meme seed. That being, I should take a moment and look up literally the plugin. Let's do that. Let's take a moment and look up the literal plugin where I got the seed, because I know it's going to be in there. Multi-file search, Mac AU, 0.618, find all. So I got it from here. It was 80 clip 7. And it's next to a float 64. And this is the seed. It's from here. So if you go and look up 80 clip 7 and look up FP old and use that seed, you will get the exact same seed I'm using in Minecraft right now. So as we dig under the lava. Yeah, this is also why I release plugins in numbered versions. I do that very much on purpose because the thing is, if something was a little weird but it got by my initial listening tests and only unearthed later that I would have to do a new version, sometimes the weird thing is exactly what you needed. And just like what Gabriel is saying, who can tell when you get to a point where the weird little artifact that I had to get rid of because it didn't work with everything, it might work super well for some things. In fact, I think I remember Gabriel being like, I need to have this particular texture happen. Well, there you go. Being able to bring different sorts of texture is hugely important. For instance, some of the synthesizers I'm working with, I'm probably going to end up selling one of my synths to Tanjo. That's because we caught up at a convention, and I mentioned that I had a couple of Roland Alpha Junos. I don't need a couple of Alpha Junos. Oh, hi. Got to do a little more work here. On the other hand, I've made my way into ocean. So there's lava beneath the ocean, apparently. This morphing talk sounds a little bit like what they were doing with sounds a little bit like what they were doing with the Z-plane filters. What Emu were doing with those. My Z filters aren't doing that, but they are doing a particular form of biquads in the way that Emu is doing them. Oh, I can think of something fun to do. Oh, we'll have a torch there as well as there, so that you can kind of always see where that is. Yeah. Well, I mean, the great thing about the Alpha Juno is when you can back it up with... Hi. Oh, I remember what this was about. This was a place where I found major iron veins. And clearly I could be doing a little more lighting up here. And we can be mining a little more iron too while we're at it. Just a bit. Nice granite and andesite deposits. Do I have food? Yes, I do. In case I get attacked in this spooky place while I'm lighting it up. One hopes I can heal after having all gotten attacked and stuff. Okay. So we've got a little more iron here. Might as well get it. If I lose my armor, it'll be easier to replace that way. You know something? Maybe it would be good to make an enchanting table of got diamonds. I'm pretty sure the diamonds and the little bit of redstone that I've got, and I think I have the ingredients. I need obsidian, but I can make that with lava and stuff. I have access to lava. I can get to it. What have we here? Random spooky noises. That is on gravel. That would fall. Okay. Not much here. The more I light it, the less there'll be weird, creepy groanings happening from inside there. Oh, and a little bit of moss, or something like that. Well, I did mention this stuff, so I might as well grab it. Grins, you absolutely may. If you have a multi-channel VSI or Ableton drum kit, if you have all of the signal outs going into your mix, I would in fact put console on all of the outs independently, because you might end up using it. Oh, I see. And here is where that iron seam was. So I've already done that. Don't need to do it anymore. Well, I mean, you could put it inside the drum kit if you wanted, but certain uses of that, you can do really unorthodox things with console sometimes, but if you're using a version of console that has controls, you probably won't want to. What the hey, let's grab some copper while we're at it. I think we can get it. We sure can. I can probably come up with something to do with copper. Why not? There's so much of it about. Now that I've done that, let me try to find my way out. Because I came in somewhere, and I'm not entirely sure where that was. Not here. Ah. Exactly. So, by way of indication, that's where you go. No, that's where you don't. Far from it, in fact. So how about maybe I came in down here? Nope. So not there. So where did I come in? This area? I don't think it goes all the way down here. So here we are again in this place where I dug up the iron vein. And then I came up And it was over here somewhere that I got in. So it's clearly not there, but I remember it was from that direction. I feel like I'm missing something. And this was deceptive, so let's wall it off. It fooled me in a way that I do not appreciate. No, I'm trying to figure out where I got into this little system so that I can go back. And it is proving beyond my capacity, so what I can do is just, I don't know, talk about the plugins and stuff. Lit up enough that it's safe enough in here for that. That's the thing, is I just know there was a way that I got into this little complex. And I have a rough idea of what it was like when I came in. Could it be closer to here than I thought? The bunner wall. Yeah, sadly we don't have the bunner anymore. That was an April Fool's joke. So I went up, or rather I went down to that point. Oh, maybe it's literally... Ah, bingo. Got there. Whole bunch of torches just to show where you go. Too many torches, in fact. Alrighty. So what things should we leave in this room, if any? And what things should we bring up? Well, we should bring up some of that raw iron and smelt it. Should bring up the axe. Don't need the sword. I suppose gravel is as good a thing to bring up as any. We're keeping a tough collection, so there's that. And then the cobbled deep slate, we have a whole bunch of that up already, so let's not bring more. And then I'm going to sort some of my inventory, and then what I'm going to do is put on a little bit of music. Perhaps I'll put on more of what I was playing before. Would you like more of the that Batik Erotic? I can do that. Z is in honor of the stuff that I was trying to emulate being the Emu Z-plane filters, which does not mean that they are literal Z-plane filters, but that they are constructed in a similar kind of way. Z-plane filters are like a hardware version of biquads. And I am not actually carrying animal breeding materials. So, bada-boom. Got that. Let's make more. Got that. Let's make more. You can't smelt redstone dust, although I could be doing more with this copper. I have now got a full stack plus of copper, plus blocks of copper made out of the other copper. Can you smelt the blocks, or do you have to make them into ingots? You probably have to make them into ingots. So yeah, logs. Various materials. We'll drop off the redstone dust. Those things go elsewhere. The flint stays here, because I might very well end up using that for making bows and arrows. That'll come in handy. Drop off the gold as well. This is a very pretty icon at this stage. They did a really good job of making that look desirable. So there's all that. We'll add a little bit more string. And then we'll run around feeding more animals. But right at the moment, we're going to disconnect just for a second and fire up the stream audio. So Chris can visit the restroom like the old man he is. And throw a log on the fire, maybe. Although what's going on today is outside it's sort of getting warmer and warmer, so I don't necessarily want to make it be super hot by the end of the day. But we'll see. Where'd we leave off? Somewhere around here. Let's take this break and see what we can do with it. Oh god, okay, this break does a weird thing. Tell you what, you can experience whatever this is. And on this note, I'll be right back.
That's a music thing, modular radio music being re-triggered a lot. You can't get those anymore. And we have some kind of delay. I think that's my Erica synths delay, which isn't in working order right now. I need to get it fixed.
Yeah, the thing about this stuff that it's interesting. In doing it as live performances, I think one of the things I tended to do was over-arrange. Because I was concerned with not having enough going on, I would tend to have too much going on. But that's fine. So yeah, we'll jump back in and see what else we can do and what time it is. It's noon. So yeah, I was going to dig down to meet the tunnel. And that is certainly something I can do, but I was also going to do a couple of other things, like feed animals and chop down trees. Although, I'm probably going to use up an axe doing it, so let's make another good axe while I'm at it. Also, in case I want to grow anything while I'm at it, we'll have that ready. Oh, and are we done with... We are. I mentioned being able to do this. Let's do it. Then we'll have a bunch of copper and we can start doing the copper things. And one thing about all of that music, although it was all like live performances and stuff, that was my pre-console X mixing scenario. In fact, that was pre-lettered consoles. That was all an analog mix done using the Heritage Audio mixing board, which is a rack mount unit, one that I still have. Let's find out where all the cows have wandered off to, if indeed they have. They probably have. We'll find them this way. Oh, they wandered up the hills. You guys can jump off the hillsides, can't you? Yes, you can. 1, 2. Okay, where's 4? Here's 4. Thank you. There we go. And if we can find chickens, they're wandering everywhere, aren't they? At least in small numbers. We got an extra cow over there, but it can wander where it wants, I guess. 2 chickens. Nice. Mission concluded. I don't have an extra sheep, so I'm kind of stuck with the sheep that I've got. But this job of chopping down the trees, I think might have one extra large tree, but on the whole, it's going to go fairly straightforward, I think. Oh, as it rains. I guess it must have something to do with my general firewood obsession. The wood stove going so nicely. Even in Minecraft, I am just devoted to the oaken logs and love nothing more than laying in supplies of firewood, even though we don't, well, no, actually, hang on. You can make campfires. I should be able to, and then I would have a wood fire for the rainy day. That's totally something that I should try to do. I'm sure there's a way of doing it. I've seen that. Oh. Got one of our helpful extra large trees. That's what we've got. And we are using up our axe real good. And it's going to be dark by the time I'm done. Or by the time I'm at the other end of this, anyhow. I don't have Axe 2 on me, huh? Alrighty then. I know where I can get it. I don't know whether I'll make more plugins inspired by nature. If the idea occurs, oh, well, as long as I'm getting copper, I could get that copper. But firstly, I must have put the axe in here. Or simply never made it in the first place. Yeah, that's what it would have been. Instead of making the axe, I got extra iron ingots, and basically that was all she wrote. I was distracted and not able to do anything further. Always helpful. There's things I could be doing with diamonds, but, oh yeah, one of the things I was thinking about doing was the enchanting. Like, I haven't even gotten myself killed recently, so I've got some levels. Nothing wrong with the idea of maybe learning how to do enchanting. Also, with the amount of iron I've got, I could make anvils and apply that magic book that I got to something. That was wasteful. You chop through leaves with the axe, it makes the axe blunt, and it wears out faster. It is not impossible that there could be an Airwindows synth plugin, but remember, I'm friends with Bacon Paul. He is all over that kind of stuff to the point where there is not that much reason for me to do it. Bacon Paul did the 6 Signs plugin. I would be using that, honestly. Why would I make one if I can use that? especially since he had this initial idea for the downsampling that he tried out. I heard the first release of Six Signs, and I was amazed at how awesome it sounded. I was like, oh my god, you're onto something. This is incredible. And he was like, I am? And I'm like, yeah. And then it turns out that's because he's using a very basic filter for the downsampling from the internal calculation, and starts to run into issues with it not acting exactly the same at every sample rate. And so I went, oh my god, keep whatever it is that you've got. I don't care if it acts different. It sounds awesome, and that needs to stay. And I kind of got heavy-handed with it. I was pretty fierce. I was like, no, if I have to do a fork, I don't want to talk in that way, but and because it's talking to open source programmers, talking about doing forks is on the side of rude. It's like wresting control of the project away. So nobody really wants to hear that. But I was ready to talk in those directions if we weren't going to keep the downsampling thing. And he did. He kept the magic downsampling algorithm, which is called A=4, and then even included some more primitive algorithms than that, just because I wanted them. So why would I make a synth when I'm able to be involved in Bacon Paul's design to such an extent that I get some of the things that I want out of them? And sure enough, it turned out that if you use Six Signs, you can get a cleaner, more high fidelity, better behaved, works at all sample rates version of it by using what he included, which is the new default, a higher quality downsampling algorithm that's normal. But if you want that slight extra edge at the cost of it not sounding exactly the same at every sample rate, you run A=4 or linear interpolation or zero hold. He incorporated more primitive ones that don't even do proper downsampling at all, just because I asked for them and was able to demonstrate by making patches that you could do useful things with that facility, that you could do useful things by having the downsampling actually be bad. And then you could make like drums, like hi-hats and snares and things, and intentionally crank up the feedback on operators until they went gnarly on you. And what I found was, even if you're not actively intending to do that, even if you're not actively, and this is my opinion, not everybody agrees with that. Some of the people in Bacon Paul's community do not agree with this at all. They're like, no, that's nonsense. That's not how it works at all. But my experience was, and again, just my opinion, if you use the more primitive versions of downsampling, you get into a region where even when you're not using very high, sounds with lots of overtones, right? You're not doing a lot of high frequency sounds. You're not doing a lot of feedback. When you do lower frequency sounds, but then you are, let me see, gotta plant these. When you're using lower frequency sounds, but then you're using the really primitive versions of downsampling, it gives it this old school retro quality that I found very desirable. I thought it sounded fantastic when you use those really primitive versions and lower frequency stuff that's not getting so heavily into aliasing. And my take on why that might be is simply that we're doing less processing when you're accepting that lower frequency stuff. When you're not doing the elaborate undersampling, there is no Nyquist frequency pre-echo and post-echo, which is what you normally get with a brick wall filter. That original version the A equals 4 that he had was unusually good at not doing lots of pre-echo and post-echo because it was explicitly just like 8 samples wide. And that's one of the things that I mean to be doing going forward, is making a plugin which also does an A equal 4 style filter, an A equal 4 style brick wall filter. Because I have the basic idea of how you'd go about doing it, and understandably I want to try some weird variations on it. Things that would not actually work properly but might give a cool sound. I think it's very likely that I'd be able to do that. Like I could get a cool sound out of that. Also wondering whether I can replant cherry trees. Surely you can plant cherry trees in other places, right? Surely that is an available thing. One quick way to find out. Let's go get a cherry tree from over here so that the place around spawn stays relatively untouched. I could also be planting a bunch of flowers around here. I've got the bone meal to use on the ground. Oh. I think I remember this area. If something runs up from here and knocks me off, I'll go far, far down, won't I? That would maybe be bad. Let's not. I hear a zombie in there already. There's the chasm for not wanting to fall into. Let's go up around here. And so what we can do with chopping down a cherry tree. I'm George Washington. I did it with my little axe. I chopped down the cherry tree. It should be despawning any moment now, and we'll find out whether we can replant those suckers. We can also make some pink wood and doors and things. Yep. Got some despawning. Got some cherry tree saplings. Looking good. We'll do some aesthetics. We'll plant some trees just because they're pretty. I'm getting a good number of despawns here. What I'm wondering is whether I'm going to get additional blocks hidden in there somewhere. Signs point to nope. And I could go sleep now. Or I could be my armored diamond sword totem self, collect all of the remaining drops from this, and then fight my way back to safety. That said, I'm not going to be... breaking these leaves with a weapon. It'll just make it go blunt. Don't want that. Ought to be able to get lots of little saplings that way and then call it a day. Or indeed call it a night, because it's becoming night. And I can't reach the rest of the blocks. Okay, never mind. As much as I like to obsess over collecting every last little thing. Well, hang on, I could do this one. There we go. Discretion is the better part of valor. Run away brandishing my sword. Ah! Without falling in the giant hole. There's a chicken. I have no quarrel with you, chicken. Huh, okay. Looks like it was safe to do this. I didn't actually bargain on that. I thought it was going to be more dangerous. What else have we got around here? We've got a stinking creeper. I don't like those. And we're getting attacked by a zombie. Fine, I was feeling a little peckish anyway. Yeah, you know, an interesting thing about Destroy Effects, Sophia Poirier from Destroy Effects helped me set up the earliest of Airwindows plugins to reset properly. The earliest audio unit templates that I used, they were not actually fully let's go and grab some more arrows from the remnants of that guy. Except for I have to go across. Can we jump this? Yes, we can. Creeper should vanish if I get far enough away from it, unless it's going to be a pain in the butt and refuse to. Okay, you and you. Okay, they're good. It's not necessarily efficient not having this walled off. I'm doing it that way, yes, but you could argue that it was not sensible. But nobody can deny that I'm making a certain amount of more livestock over there, even if I'm not stopping it from wandering away. Let's see if we get a pretty new block. And put some of the rest of this stuff over here. We're getting a decent arrow supply, all things considered. To the point that I could start using them if I wanted. And let's see, where else were we at? I was interested in inventing some things like enchanting tables and such. Do I still have, I do. So let's see immediately what this looks like. Ta-da! Lovely. These are fairly large trees, aren't they? Oh. Clicked on an unexpected thing. Got copper. Have lots of wheat, so we're pretty much all set for that. Since the spring, level 9,000. Yep, absolutely. It even drops leaves, which the other ones do as well, but these drop cherry blossoms, which are exactly 2 pixels, except for they're more like, let me figure that out. That's not 2 pixels because they touch each other. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or is it? No, they're sharing a middle pixel. So 4, 8, 7. 7. That's 7 pixels there we're looking at. It's going to be interesting when I get back into the Godot stuff and start doing more in C# in there. Oh, that's growing pretty well. A lot of this stuff I'm just kind of waiting. Ooh, I don't need all of this copper ingots. I could make something with copper, but I'm not doing that right now. Besides, I do not yet have... There's a beehive up on the ridge there, but I don't know how to do beehives or that kind of thing. So we got plenty of copper ingots too. We've got a bunch of stuff like that, which we now don't have to go and do. And we've got a fancy enchanted book that we could apply immediately to whatever we want. So loyalty, I looked these things up. Breach means you get to fight monsters with armor and get through their armor. Efficiency is from way back when. Efficiency is pickaxes and things work better. Aqua Affinity is also from way back when. That means you can stay underwater for longer. Loyalty means if you get a trident from a drowned and you enchant it with loyalty, it'll come back. And loyalty 3 means it'll come back much quicker. The Z plugins are just filters. So yeah, I mean, I could come up with a way of applying that to something. It would depend upon what I tried to enchant. If I was able to get a trident, it would make it a very good trident. If I use it on the sword, I can fight through armor better, but waste everything else. If I use it on a helmet, I can breathe underwater, but waste all the other things. And efficiency is almost certainly the least likely one that I'd want. So, let's see, that is fine where it is. I don't think I have any more fishes. In fact, I've eaten pretty much all the fish. I could eat apples. Fish gives slightly more saturation, though. Also, if I went and mined some of this, I've got gold. Let's see what the rules are for making golden apples. Can you do it with just the raw gold? No. Or if you went this far, nope. So it's going to be either ingots or let's find out what it takes. I could probably get more gold again, right? I wasn't even looking all that terribly hard. Ooh, although if I do make it into the Nether, that's where I might want something like that. Also, we sure do have a lot of iron, so I can go back and find some of that lava I was dealing with and grab it in buckets. Because if I have multiple lava buckets, I can do stuff with that. But yeah, golden apples are... I don't think you need an enchanting to do it. I think you can just make them, if I remember correctly. The thing that I'm actually looking to figure out... Let's have this stuff in my inventory. Is the enchanting table. But I don't believe it's showing me that. It does not think I'm ready. Huh. Both with chests, okay. Candles are cool. Oh, and I was thinking in terms of making a campfire. What with me using the wood stove to be cozy, we should totally be able to do a campfire. And yet, I don't see it. So I'm missing a trick somewhere. It's only showing me some of the things, and it refuses to show me other things that I know exist. So that becomes a open Chromium and look it up and figure it out. Seeing as it won't show me that, will it? Oh, and I need to have... That's weird. I need to have a honeycomb in order to do that, but I don't have any of them, and yet it's still telling me about these things. But it's not going to tell me about the campfire, and I know those exist. That's weird. Also, bundle, eh? It knows about these, but it's not telling me about any of that, and... we're leaving out a lot of stuff. Oh, you can make a cherry boat. That's adorable. That's extremely brightly colored, that thing. Birch and spruce and... there it is. There it is. These are interesting. Looms, what's that do? How many of these are being shown? Not many. Look, it's not even showing me weapons, and yet this is the weapons tab. That feels odd. Look, one of these. You know how to make those. Yeah, that is exceptionally useless. Oh, hi. I could go and make some trouble over here. You're the worst danger at the moment. Not fighting in the water. That was a bad move. Okay, I did not do very well there. However, I do have a sword, and I'm pretty sure I injured those things. As long as not too many of more of them spawn, I can get back some of my stuff. See, that one died. And now we have all kinds of trouble. That's not all of my stuff. I don't think I picked up everything. I most certainly did not pick up everything, but I got a couple of things. So you guys... And back in the day, I used to do Minecraft Let's Plays. Do I have torches? I totally do. Oh, stinker. I do not want diamond sword to despawn. That would be bad. But at least I was able to put on a little of the armor. Let's hustle down here. And then make our brave last stand. Creeper finds his way down there. I'll be one unhappy camper. Nope, I think we got away with the diamond sword. Certainly got away with a couple of diamonds. Run. Running. Reversing. How was I carrying diamonds? Oh, I know how I was carrying diamonds. Well, first of all, let's pass this night. That's been ridiculous. And then just in case we still have some of that stuff over there, firstly, arm up and gear up. We'll avoid you, but you are going to have dropped arrows. And I want that. And you can give me string. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay. Gonna be like that, are we? Well, one thing about it is that the creeper will despawn. But this is going to prove a interesting challenge. Where did he go? That's weird. It looked a lot to me like there was a skelly there with armor. And I did not kill him, and yet he's not there. Well, that's me getting killed way too many times. When I didn't really need to if I was paying attention or playing better. But what the hey. Sometimes that's just how it be. If I go far enough over here, maybe the creeper will despawn. Got my eye on you, buddy. So let's see, where were we at? We were going to see what kind of rules applied. Does he start moving towards me once he sees I'm working on this? I wonder. For the gold apples. Oh, you apparently need more. Or I believe I can do a low-grade gold apple with lots of ingots. No, I stand corrected. You can't. Funny, I thought that was going to work. And yep, you can use gold stuff to be in the nether. So but I have to assemble them back into nuggets properly. Or blocks properly, I should say. And as such, it does seem a little bit wasteful. Oh. I clicked on the wrong thing. I have had like a dark face cam for ages. Whatever. It's 3:05. I've only got a couple of hours before enjoying tacos time and going about the rest of my day. Looks like I have more oak logs than I know what to do with. So here's how this goes. I am literally going to just look this stuff up. I don't know why it refused to show me, but bah. Oh, this place. I don't like this site. This site puts itself in everybody's face, and it insists upon constantly asking you if you're an adult or a child. It's annoying. So stick and coal or charcoal. So 3 sticks, a charcoal, and wood of any kind. Cool. Let's do that. Now will you show me? I think it is based on what you have in your inventory, but I'm not entirely sure. Because again, we've got a bunch of weird missing things. And that is exasperating. So yeah, golden apple, I've got that available. Now it shows me a campfire, because I can make one. Does that mean if I have my couple of these, it'll show me the enchanting table? Probably not, because you know what? I don't have the obsidian. But that's what I'm carrying buckets for. So I'm going to chop down this tree. But now we have a cozy campfire. I'll chop down the tree later. I do not think that the campfire will set fire to the tree, but if it does, then so much for that tree, I'll have to plant another. Next up, lava. Or you know, there are easier ways of making obsidian than bucket by bucket. I can just go and make an obsidian farm, basically. Although if I do it here, I'll have to go and swim around, so heck with that. Let's go and find those lava lakes and put them to good use. I fear that my spacebar is unusually loud. Oh, do I have mine? No, I don't. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if the reason I didn't find that skeleton was he went down here? I guess not. So I don't think I'm going all the way down to the basement, although I may have just walked right by the area. No. No, I was heading down to this room where I would turn around and go this way. Because there were lava lakes here. And I can turn some of them into obsidian farms. With a little caution, anyhow. I'll figure it out. I can probably find the correct location by where I have a lot of cobbled deep slate about. I'll also hear it. Yep, that's the sound of lava. So, can I mine my way up safely without just dropping lava on my own head? Because that is a possibility. Let's also have blocks handy. Let's have blocks handy on the hotbar while I do this. Seems like that might be important. Never can tell when you want to not have lava literally drop on your head. Okay, it's a good sign. Do I have torches? Yes, I do. I'm amusingly being locked in considering how derpy I can be about all of this. I could absolutely be goozling myself real good. It's a bad experience in lava. So how high up do I have to go? This would also be a terrible place to... Ah! Lovely. Beautiful. Perfect. 10-10. No notes. And I'm at exactly the right level. What a stroke of luck. And nothing is going to come at me over the lava unless it's a bat, and even then it'll probably catch on fire. Which would be sad for the bat, but means things will be fairly chill over here. And I'm going to make a nice little room in here for chilling out. Huh. You're using BezEQ as a anti YouTube algorithm filter? Weird. Didn't know that could do that. So here's how you can wash yourself down the stairs. But also here's how you can have lots of obsidian. With a little care and attention. First, here's how far back you go. Oh. Space for a little more water, I think. Is this going to wash me over into the other lava? Not if I do that. And then the technique for mining it up has everything to do with placing the water blocks just right. So, let's see. Firstly, let's see whether we can expand the pool any. Just a bit. Then I'm not quite ready. I gotta go back, and you know why? I need a diamond pick, and I can't make one with what I've got on me. But here's a start, anyhow. Also, I say that I can't do this, but I bet you, well, no, hang on. I'm deciding whether it would be more efficient to ditch all the water, which is not all that simple, but maybe possible, and go get buckets of lava in order to make my obsidian that way. But then I still wouldn't be able, no matter what I do, I'm going to have to go and get a diamond pick. So I got to go back. But all the cooler that we are on the path towards being able to get the enchanting table going. Also, with the amount of iron I had, I can quite simply make a handy little anvil and apply some enchants. But I would prefer to hold off on that crazy enchanted book that I had. It would be nice to see whether I could get some other enchanted books and things. If I do, I have to do major cattle carnage. So there's that. That is part of the game, mind you. I don't think you can be a vegetarian enchanter. Well, you could, but not with enchanting books, because there's only one way to make books. So, yeah. Oh, come on, keep moving. And I do have more possible iron mining that place that I got into was clearly an iron seam of some kind. And that might be cool. Just go and iron seam it up. Yeah, you know, one of the things that turned me on to electronic music way back in the day being the same thing. And what Jason Berger, I was going to show you how you do that. You may possibly know. Oh, look, it's getting dark. You may possibly know. If you don't, then you'll be amused by it. What you do is you dig the first obsidian and you put water in there. At that point, everything that you dig around you gets filled in with water, and the second layer gets turned to obsidian under your feet before you even reach it. It's a neat way of doing that. Oh, is it just dawn? Okay. Does that mean I can go hunting for weird monsters and things again? That didn't work out well for me last time. Perhaps not. I think maybe you're supposed to build a campfire underneath the beehive to be able to harvest bees from that, so there's another experiment we could try. There's another thing that I could look up. Seeing that it's now morning and all. I have this hanging out. Smoke particles. You can cook things. Bees. Okay. So you place the campfire under a beehive. It presumably doesn't set fire to the tree, at which point you can get a honeycomb, at which point you can make things like candles. I'm not sure how long it takes to get new honeycombs, but we can find out. Do you share them with a common, renewable, stackable? Cool, so we can just set that up and go. That seems cool. I'd like that. How do you go about getting it? Shearing it. So you use shears. Well, I have shears, so we can do that. That is most definitely a thing. Fortunately not standing on top of the campfire, even though it's so close that you can completely hear it. What else were we thinking about? We were thinking about enchanting. Yep, I need the 4 obsidian. That's pretty straightforward. And I'm going to need a lot of books to do it up properly. Oh, hang on. Since when can you do the maximum enchanting with 1 block tall? That's crazy. You have to make them 3 blocks tall, to my knowledge. "15 bookshelves around." So you can do that apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, you don't have to stack them up anymore. I thought you did. Alrighty. Oh, see, this is a picture where somebody was stacking them up much taller than that. Well, that's worth knowing. And I'm going to need a book. I suppose I could use the enchanted book, but that seems somewhat wasteful. Can you break a campfire like this, or does that just destroy it? Let's find out. Bah, it just gave me coal. no matter I remember how it was made. I'm just not doing very well at choosing the things I need. Also, I'm going to want those shears. Yep. Logs, charcoal, and kindling. That makes all sense in the world. Excellent. Also, can I make another? No, I can't. I don't have enough steak. But I do have a nearly unused shears. So what we can do is put aside some of this stuff. Get that remaining stick, which means I can make another campfire in case I find multiple beehives. And let's run up to where the beehives were and get a honeycomb. I think there's also a way that you can move it, but I don't know about that yet. So do I have? No, I don't. I could breed the cows while I was at it, but no. So where was that? Oh, hi. Excuse me, don't mind me. I know I saw a beehive around there somewhere, I just don't know which one it was on. I think I see it. Beehive acquired. So, this presumably will not hurt the hive or the tree, but now they are pacified. I don't know how much time it takes, but I'm going to assume that it happens pretty quickly. Lovely. And then you can't do it again immediately. Do we have more beehives? I've got another campfire. Also, might be worth indicating where it was. Throw a light on there. Oh. That was the result of a chicken. No, that was the result of the beehive putting out bees. Okay, so they're going to be very chilled bees. These are not anxious bees today. Cool. You know, this is... Hi. Also, I feel like I'm hearing a funny noise, but I don't know what it was. But you know what? That is underneath the beehive. So first of all, and I don't know whether I am good enough to move these, although it would be nice to have a localized beehive place. Now I have 2. Oh, I don't want to put out the fire yet. If my guesses are correct, I've got a second harvest without angering the bees, so that's twice as many things of honeycomb. So now I can wax stuff or do who knows how many other things I could do. It has great usefulness for the copper because it means I can make shiny copper things that don't turn all green. I'm having a look over and see, can I see the smoke signals? Maybe if I get closer I can see them. I don't know all of the things about bees. But there is some bee stuff right there. So, here's the thing I was missing. I gotta have a diamond pick to get obsidian. So that's the next job there. So let's gather some of these things together. More iron. Turns out I don't need redstone for any of this. I'll go over and throw the egg where the other chickens were at. And I should be carrying wheat on me because I need to make many more cows. The cowage I have is not really sufficient. That bee stuff is cool though. I like having the bee stuff. Never done that one before. Dun, 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 dun. I'll throw the egg over where I wanted the other chickens to be. And as we approach, let's see whether we can see smoke signals pointing out where the actual beehives were at. Also wondering whether any of my animals are still there. Nope, there's a chicken. And there are some cows, so that seems legit. No chicken there, but I've used all of my food that way. Let's see if we can accumulate even numbers of cows. Come on, guys, you know where I'm at. Hi. So there's one, and I don't know where the other one is. But it worked. We got some mountaintop cows here. They are not really interested in hanging around down here. They seem to want to climb. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Lovely. Oh, there's another, but I don't know who would be hooking up with that, so that's fine. Yeah, what with the need to make books for the enchanting tables and stuff, assuming I don't have a better way of doing it, this is going to become a beef-based economy pretty quickly. That's just how Minecraft rolls. Honestly, to be perfectly fair, so is my tacos. I do have beans included in them, but the tacos are ground beef based as well, so that's just how I roll as well as how Minecraft rolls. But for now, here's our water buckets. Oh, we've got a few apples. We could just eat those. There's the diamond pickaxe. I will most definitely have a enchanting table by the time I am done. Although I'll probably want to just go and enchant my armor pieces. The nice thing about that is that I can swap them around. Although I suppose my very first stuff is not even going to have any. I don't think I'm going to have nearly enough cows to make large numbers of books. Plus, I haven't found any reeds, so I can't make any paper. So there's that. But part of this concept is getting that stuff going. And even though it's sort of cumbersome, certainly compared to the way I used to play this on Snowball Madness, because that's a very unusual form of playing Minecraft. Fun, mind you, but I could only play it on 112, and this is like 121. There's a lot of other stuff I get to do. Alrighty. And I overshot. Here we are. What can I do to make it so that I don't overshoot as easily? How about that? Boop. Yep, obviously different. So this is the beginnings of our glorious method of harvesting obsidian. First one you don't actually get. It's probably fallen in the lava as it has just done, but now here's the secret. Now we can get all the ones around us and lots more besides. It'll seem as if I'm going into the lava, but I trust, well, actually I can backstep just to be absolutely sure. But notice that the obsidian didn't actually get lavaed. That's because this, or did it? Nope. And that's because that's how this technique works. You can even float in the water, although you don't have to. I'm not going to now, but you can absolutely just float in the water and let the refresh rate of the water, which goes faster than lava, save you. And you will get all of your obsidian blocks just sort of floating in water. The only thing to be sure of is you want to be damn sure you don't keep going so far that the water runs out. Because what happens if that happens? It's an exercise for the reader. Imagine if you're in this and you're working away trying to mine the obsidian and let the water put it out. And you get a little greedy. In fact, I think I can even demonstrate it by going this direction as long as I'm sure I'm not actually floating in the water. I'll have enough to do another portal too. I've already got the flint and steel. I think that's a great idea. But you notice how this goes. I'm going to continue by doing these ones. So imagine you're floating in this water. And if it doesn't work over here, I can do it from the other direction too. Ooh, there's a wall of lava there. That's interesting. It's not completely flat, though. The water has to go up as well as over. So imagine if you're doing this and the water is there. Source block here. And you're going this way. And you keep doing it. until the water has reached the limit of how far it can go, which is going to look kind of like this. There you go. And you reach the edge of how far the water can go, because it is a source block and it's getting lower and lower in each direction. What happens then? Well, what happens then is the obsidian goes away, there is lava exposed under it, and the water is not flowing far enough to cover the water that goes under it. At that point, you have made yourself a death trap. Because as you keep going, I'm going to go this direction. I'm actually going to try to demonstrate it. It's taken a while because that's just how mining obsidian works. Might be getting to the point. Let's see if this is the death trap point. Nope. If you get to that point and you expose the lava, the water is now pushing you off of the safe obsidian literally into the lava if you do that. It's a horrifying scenario. So you got to be careful when mining obsidian this way. As long as you're patient or you keep repositioning the water, and then it's basically safe. But if you don't keep repositioning the water, you're in huge trouble. Again, the danger is you get pushed in this direction. The water flows you over to where the lava will kill you. And you can't jump out of the lava because you're jumping onto flowing water that's going the opposite direction. So there's your problem. But we have now got a good amount of obsidian, and there's even more where that came from. Enchanting table, and perhaps another portal time. Another portal is certainly something that I could make. I'm not quite sure what it'll look like in this location in the Nether, but it is something that I could certainly try. I'm also super curious now as to what can you do other than, oh, you can craft beehives with them? We can make more beehives with them? Oh, okay. Okay, so all that stuff is just making copper look prettier, and that's cool. But with 3 of the honeycombs, and I believe I have like 6 now, and any planks, I can literally make a beehive and presumably harvest it. So I can assemble beehives. I just need to have more honeycombs to do it. Cool. I'm down. This way is back out. Folks talking about rehearsal studios and stuff in chat now. Anything useful here? No. could throw some of those things there. Random mobs kicking around in this place? Yes, no? Nah. They're in a near adjacent cave, but they're not in that exact one. So how neat that I could make local beehives. That seems very cool. Like the sound of that. Because then I can make all the copper things I want. I bet there's also weird things you can do, much like you can do weird things with slime blocks and stuff. I bet there's weird honey things you can do. I can look them up. And I'm going to go and immediately sleep once I pop my head out where the bed is. Having successfully made everything really lit up over here. And on the edge of the sea. Granted, Drowned could pop up and start throwing tridents at me, but you know, if they did, I would go, I'm going to hit you with a diamond sword, and maybe I will get the trident that you threw at me. It's worth a shot. And what else do we need? Let's grab everything that might possibly be useful for anything. But maybe not that. Ta-da! Okay, there's the thing I'm missing. I need a book. This means war on the cows. Oh, that's a creeper. That's multiple creepers. I don't like that. Doing the passive mode of dealing with them, which is walk away and pretend that they're not there and let them despawn. If I go far enough away, they will despawn. Although, you know, they are the source of things like TNT. I could get gunpowder from them. In Snowball Madness, if you killed creepers and got gunpowder, you could make big explosions in things. So there were some interesting things about them. In the regular Minecraft game, I'm just not interested in dealing with them. I don't enjoy creepers. And he's hanging around very persistently, and that's annoying. I think the other one went away, though. Hi, buddy. Guess what? You're stuck on the other side of the chasm. What are you going to do about that? Not much. You're going to hide somewhere and try to jump out at me is what you're going to do. Because you're a jerk like that. Ooh. Look at that. Why, yes, I would like a few more arrows. Thank you. Yes, I would like to breed a few more cows. 1, 2, 3, 4. But having done that, now we have to have payback time. There we go. Enough for now. I will return to my placid ways. not be as scary as that. Should go down there at some point. Meanwhile, Mr. Creeper despawned. Oh, a little more in the way of skelly leavings. Gotta love the arrows. At some point I'm going to be making a bow. Perhaps as soon as I have the enchanting table, then I can enchant it, which would be nice. And then I'll deal with the creepers by projectile weapons. I do not like dealing with creepers at all. I'd rather do it at the distance. It's a neat little alcove. I did turn off the music, yes. I could turn it on at some point. I'm just not turning it on right this instant. Okay, so we've got sort of a row of these things here. We just throw a crap load of things around here. We can kind of plan out where books would go. So, let's see. This now gives me enough to make an enchanting table. Oh, except for I don't have enough, apparently. Why? Oh, because that's leather and I need to make a book. So, darn it, I'm not quite done. Where's my boats? Let's head off into the sea. Ideally in a safer direction. And let's put some of our valuable crap here so that if I get ruthlessly killed, it won't have such a high cost. That stuff, gonna need that. Gonna need that. Might as well eat these apples though. Yeah, close enough. Whee! So the scary guardian stuff is back that away. So we're going to go around this way and see if we can find in this rather disconcertingly deep ocean, see if we can find any reeds by the side of anything. Granted, that's more likely to happen by the side of rivers, and we're not really around rivers, but hope springs eternal. We can find out. And maybe rivers will head into the ocean at some stage. Haha. Found some. So we're going to take all of those and then regrow them. Oh, look, dead leaves. That's neat. We'll start growing some of these, but we're also going to... oh, look, there's even more. We'll go this way and see what kind of stuff we can find. But this is certainly enough to make a book. And also to plant more. A weirdly deep place here. Check that out. I'm wondering whether that Aqua Affinity helmet might actually make sense. But for now, it's time to head back. And yeah, this is a neat little area. Is this how I get out? Yes. Very deep riverbeds around here. The rivers near the ocean go deep, deep, deep. And the birch trees have logs growing in the middle of the air. Okay. You just keep doing your thing over there. A little bit of surface iron. Spooky, mysterious cave. Spooky, mysterious sheep. It's going to be overland. So that could be a water haven. And as we are heading closer to getting home, the sun begins to set. As we're also approaching 4, meaning it's getting to be about up, and this is literally where we were parked. Nope, that don't work at all. I should really make the stairs there, but for the time being, I can't. But I bet that works as a stairs. Got there. Bedtime. Ice Bucket Challenge. Was Ice Bucket Challenge making the Obsidian? It feels like that could have been making the Obsidian. That would kind of make sense. Let's get a little frisky with this. I want to do these things with the honeycombs. And in fact, I do also want to not use literally all of these for that. But that ought to make me a book. Lovely. Doom, bada boom. See you later, Grins. And one of these, please. Thank you. Oh, I have an amusing idea. Let's make a cherry enchanted grove. How's that, huh? A cherry enchanted grove, which is also a honeycomb factory. Loving it. Loving it. Granted, it's a little arbitrary, but I don't care. So, how's that going to go? We will... This is going to be where books go. To that side, to that side. God, excuse me. This is going to be aesthetically awesome. And then at these corners, we will plant trees. Possibly literally the whole way around, right? Like, we could do it that way and it'll be extra cool. We've got that many trees, yes? Yes, we do. We're going to have to hunt a lot more cows, sadly, but it is part of the game. Here's our stack of trees. Here's plenty of dirt. And then I guess we'll enter from this direction. Yeah, so it'll be somewhat sheltered from outside. So I believe we have enough of these guys. And then once they grow, I can start working on making harvestable areas for those to be in. But what we've got here apart from some copper, I suppose, is we've got that. We're going to place bookshelves around when we have them. We're going to be growing stuff on, it's going to be this little bower of, maybe we can have the campfires like to the side of that so things can't actually come in after you. Coming in there after you. So are we doing anything here? And do we have anything cool enough to do anything with here? Well, we do have andesite. It's a little plain, but we can at least polish it. So, and I bet I can get some more while I'm at it. Also, I feel like, can we take this much polished andesite and make stairs out of it? How much of that would there be? We can. That's 8. I don't think that's enough. Frustratingly. Or is it? 9 would include the one in the center. Do I have anything cool I can put in the center? I can have it be in a little plinth. How about that? A little plinth of cherry wood. Or alternately, a variation on that. So let's see what these things look like. So it could be that, or if I use the, I bet you do this with the axe. Let's find out. I feel like that's, yep. So yeah. Yeah, we can have a little plinth of a very pale shade of wood texture, or the log. Let's try the log. Neat. Which means the andesite stairs can do their decorative thing just fine. And that uses them up until I get more. And so then I fill that in with bookshelves after I kill a whole bunch of cows and produce a whole bunch of books. So there's that. That's sad for the cows, but what are you going to do? I can make the... I don't suppose it matters terribly much whether I make that out of wood, but we'll figure things out. We will totally figure things out. Might as well start eating beef as long as we are in that mode. And we do need to plant these near some water. That said, there's a way that I can do that with what I've currently got. So let's go and repurpose this so that some of this becomes the harvesting of these. Oh, no, it can't be farmland, can it? Huh. But it can be there. So, one way of dealing with that, though, being stubborn as the sun begins to set. There. That'll do until I get more. This is going to be a cool little enchanting place. But for now, what I must do is hold off on that just a minute. Anything cool spawn out here? No, I don't think so. So we're going to be in our cool little enchanting grove, but right now I have to get some of my tacos ready to go. It's 4:08, so I gotta move on that. Alrighty, I'm back. And we have another tree. Oh. Let's immediately make lots of trees. Let's grow them all immediately. I think that's going to be enough for that. You? How about you? And you? And you? And back over here? And back over here? Being stubborn, huh? There you go. And there you go. Cool. The Grove of Enchantment. Oh, look, that makes a little arch. Love it. Love it. That's cool. It seems legit. We'll keep that. And we've got a few torches, so we'll light it. That should be good. It's probably enough light. Now all we need is a bunch of bookshelves. And sort of finish up the look of everything. And then put a bunch of honeycombs and a bunch of campfires. I think the campfires can be hanging out in these areas. We can make this pretty dense with honeycombs and campfires, like 2 here, 2 here. Whole place can be just reeking of smoke and honey. Or something. It doesn't have to be like that, but it'll make it really dangerous for anything coming in after you if you're working on the enchanting. So, boop. Boop with the remaining polished andesite, which I'm not currently using for anything. Can you make cherry bookshelves? Oh, that'd be awesome. I absolutely will do that if you can. That's perfect. That's 100% how I want that to go. We shall see. Oh, and look at how far out these go. Oh my God. Flower petals over your bed and everything. So this is starting to look even cooler. I didn't expect it to be as cool as this, but it's going to become very cool indeed. You can grow these things in a dense cluster to delightful effect. I have to have the bookshelves in order to see any results from that. So you know what that means, sadly. One thing it means is I need to make more chests, but before I do that, don't think I can jump that. Ow. Okay. Turns out I couldn't jump that. Let's drag as many of these guys down here. Those who are good and hang out in the place I want are safe. Then I'm going to go around finding all the ones that are making journeys to other places, and those ones are not safe. So here we go. Oh, see one guy who is not of the safe. They're probably going to fall in that hole. Whatever, good enough. Oh. Somebody trying to act unsafe here? Two. 1, 2. 1, 2. I think that's as many of those as I could get. Do I have seeds? I do. Can we do some chickens while we're at it? I don't know. We'll find out. Multiple chickens, not just one. Are we going back where you were supposed to go? No, And how about who is wandering around way up here, if any? We're going for the non-domesticated ones. Oh, you're a sheep, you're fine. Who has gone walkabout? There's one. I think I can make up multiple chickens. There's 2. And sun is beginning to set. Okay, so don't fall down there. Try coming over here. They can follow me right off the cliffs. These things can fly. Close enough. I'm going to have to put up some kind of fences. That's fine. It's the sort of thing that one might have to do. If I do that, I can be more efficient about the rest of this. Hey, Permatemp. I'm happy that that's working out for you. Jonathan, my original intention was to take all of the 2002 stuff and end up making an album out of it. That slowed up a little bit simply because there's kind of a lot, and I haven't really been getting around to it. But then at the same time, it's possible. I think this is a fine time to go on to the beef diet because I have to consume these in order to do the planting I need. And here I am with nothing edible left. Okay. very little working out here, but as we go, we can all become a little bit more efficient, bit by bit. So, wheat for breeding the cows, and seeds for breeding the chickens, and jumping up and down making places to produce large quantities of paper. Speaking of which, it doesn't want to break the ones that have crops growing on them, which is nice. That's thoughtful. Back in the day, it was very easy to ruin your fields this way, but these are actually trying not to get ruined quite as hard. And yes, they could as easily be, oh, rain. They could as easily be sand, but I can get away without them being sand. It'll work as dirt. And this is giving me a couple of other ones, which I can immediately plant here. And soon enough, we will have the ability to make books at quantity. Or if it's not soon enough, it'll be eventually we'll get to having books in quantity. So let's see, what else can we do? Well, we could plant more of these for the purposes of... Where's my... Oh, wait, I saw it. There it is. We could plant more of these for the purposes of making wood out of. This is a good place to do it. I think it's too close to these. Scooch over here. This seems like a lovely spot. Come on, you. There you go. It's not producing all that much firewood, but all the same, it's a start. And I think that was all the logs. So did I get? Yes, I did. And I have to kill some more skeletons so that I have more of this to use. Oop. Ah. The grass is going to be growing along that area. No matter, it'll still work. Try not to use the axe on leaves. Makes it blunt. Oh, there we go, another. We'll make a proper little grove of these fellas. And we'll have all this funky pink wood that we could possibly want. And pink boats. All the things. Because here's my thought. Pink cattle fences. It fits with the rest of this stuff. Seems basically perfect. I can't see a problem with that scenario. Ooh, also, do we still have the shears on us? No. Let's go and get a few more honeycombs while we're at it, shall we? All of my stuff is sort of far removed from each other. Where's the shears? Well, now hang on. Did I put them in the other thingy? No. Where? Oh, here they are. That's the thing. Also, I could make me very spooky looking by having a ender portal buried underneath this. Then it'll have a sound. That seems good. So what would that take, though? Needs to be centered on 103. 103.70. Wait, negative 70? What did I say that was? Oh, not 70. 70 is how high up I am. 103 minus 57. That's about the size of it. So, exactly on target. And it'll be exactly here. Except for I gotta go a little bit lower because this is the base of the thing. So, also looks like we got some perfectly good copper here, so we might as well mine that up. Oh, and more andesite. We were using that for stuff. Is this all andesite or is this going to give me cobble? A bunch of this is cobble. That's fine. Oh, that's where the torch was. Well, now that's where the torch is. Oh, and I better fill that in too. So, how shall we do? firstly, it's actually dark, so time to sleep. I could sleep by where the ender portal is. The trouble is, then, like, zombie pigs will come through and they'll be distracting. So that's a negative towards that. I don't think you can really lead them around either. Nothing much you can do with the zombie piggers. So, for now, let's throw one torch on there. Obsidian goes around here. It's going to be 3 wide. Has to be 3 high, is it? 2 high? I'm feeling like maybe it has to be 3 high, and I don't remember. Well, as much as I'd like to use the andesite for shiny polished andesite, we can also put it in here. And now it's exactly the right width. I definitely need that there. And we will head downwards into the thingy. And it is centered on the enchanting table. And I think the rule is it has to be larger than 2 by 2. But I don't remember all the details about it. But placing obsidian along here, means we can do it like that. Let's try making that work right the heck now. Let's see how that goes. Have to be able to go down into the hole first. There we go. Perfect. Now we see if it works. God, excuse me. No, it needs to be taller. That needs to be taller. However, it seems doable. I'm gonna have to go and get the diamond pick, mind you, but it seems doable. There you are. And one of the things I was going to do is probably a fine idea to rush off and do that now. Let's go and get a couple of more honeycombs while I'm at it. I had that in mind. And we can also feed all of the cows that happen to be here. Nope, those are mini cows. We have multiple chickens. I do. Seeds. No, that's not as multiple chickens as I really wanted. That's a baby chicken. Also, I would have sworn there was an egg. Yeah, I must have been mistaken. Back to plan A. Getting up here and finding where those beehives were at. without stepping in the fire. It appears that these were not the beehives in question. So they must be, well, not there. There's one. And there was one other that was also kind of nearby. Bingo. Beg your pardon, just gonna yoink. Here we go. Here's another chicken. There's one of those eggs I was talking about. I think I'm going to make like a cattle fence that still allows for a lot of roaming around over interesting terrain, just 'cause. And then hopefully these ones just don't fall in the ravine. Speaking of ravine, there's a ravine. I could do with eating something. However, I have just cooked food. And by food, I mean cows. I wasn't sure I had put that many in there, so yay me, I guess. Okay, good saturation, also somewhat wasteful. We'll deal with the egg. We'll deal with all these things. Looks like we can cook up some copper. No reason not to, I suppose. And time to try to do this better. Got a little work to do here. Oops. Well, that wasn't useful, but... Now we got just a little bit of this tedious stuff, and then we can start covering up the bits that you can see. Because it needs to be 3 tall. Hey, Jerwimsy. Well, I'm going to be making my own dinner pretty soon, but we're going to do a little of this stuff first. I'll make some nice stairs to head down this way. But technically I didn't even need to do that, but I did need to get those out of the way. So you know what? I can, in fact, do a needless detail. I don't need to have it missing the corners. I've got enough where I can have it fill in the corners. I've just blocked myself from filling in the corners. Fine, I'll just do something else. Boom. It'll make this look cooler later with presumably stairs, but for now, this should work. Which means you get a hint of the noise. So that seems legit. Now what remains, and I doubt I'm going to have this finished by the end of stream, but I'll do as much of it as I can. We'll see how far that goes. What remains to be seen here is bookshelves. Also, we got a pretty goodly amount of arrows now. I'm wanting to make better enchanting abilities, although I'm not going to have all that much that I can do, but I would like to max it out, even though I'm not going to have XP to use it with, just so that I can kind of go from there. Also, the paper is going faster now. I wonder if zombie pigmen get hurt if you throw them in the lake. Zombie pig comes wandering out. It's like, no, 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 in the sea. You go in the sea. So. We are still going to go for growing these things as fast as possible. As soon as they are maxed out and I can't place any more of them, then I'll start making them. That's pretty fast. I only just put them down. One more and I can start making books. Yeah. Thank you for seeing CR Crosswalk. I would hope that lots of the stuff that I do is possible at doing that, because it's a nice thing to be able to bring for people. And here we go. Final one. Apart from in the end caps, of course. And we're also clear for getting a bunch of oak wood. But before I do that, remember how I wanted to make the bookshelves out of cherry wood? I bet it gives you special bookshelves out of that. And that's absolutely what I intend to do with it. We're going to have the bookshelves match the rest of the design. Boink, 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 boink. Gotcha. Up. No, I didn't. I have to climb up to get that one. Well, I could make this go away much faster with the flint and steel, but I'd probably not get as many drops. Also, I can absolutely get a few decorative blocks, which I think I can place just about anywhere. What are we doing for daytime? So holding out pretty good. And I'm probably already looking at enough blocks to make all of the bookshelves I need. I'm not going to have enough, I'm not going to have enough leather. And I'm not going to have enough paper. But we're going in the right basic direction anyhow. A little more decorative. couple of more of these guys to chop down, like this one, which seems rather tall. Am I going to be able to reach everything? Probably not. These get kind of tall. These go some ways. Oh, no, that's going to use up the diamond pickaxe. That's the last thing I want to do. These are very fluffy and leafy, but they don't have as many logs in them. And it looks a little bit like you can get all of the logs from ground level. Oh, there's another. I don't know why I was looking there, but I was. These are nice and leafy and not full of logs. Mind you, being full of logs has its own good points, but when you want them to despawn and drop their loot, that's what you want. And now we have the capacity for a ginormous pile of stuff. Hey, Fotis. So many drops. I'll be back and deal with that in a minute. Oh, that looks legit. So, where are we at? We've got cherry leaves, we've got planks. We can have a full stack of planks, or logs, which is probably fine, and still have all of these. We've got 3 leathers, so we need to be producing more cows. Don't need to set anything on fire at the moment, so that's cool. We've got our little space in here, which is going to be cherry-colored bookshelves. Oh, here's a stray thought. What if decorative hedges for hedging in the cattle? As long as it's too high, it'll work. That could be pleasing. It'll be a little bit of work, and I'm going to have to go through multiple shears to do it, but it does seem doable. Let's run over here and pick up more of these bits while we're at it. Another one grew up. Oh yeah, look at all that. Yeah, so what I'm going to be doing is planting huge quantities of cherry saplings and then just going berserk with a shears or multiple shears. They can plant them all here, and I bet I'll get lots and lots and lots of these blocks. And although they're not sturdy, I can use them to keep the cattle and chickens in. And it'll be pretty. Loving it. Let's find what cows have not already fled. One, two. 1, 2. Now the rest of you guys, you're in trouble. Let's find the ones that have wandered the farthest. There's the beehives again. I don't suppose they can be harvested again. Up, sir. One way to find out. Signs point to yes. I wonder if you can make cherry-flavored campfires. Okay, chicken, you're wandering far afield. We don't need that from you. And meanwhile, we are getting to the point of being able to take these and keep them. They'll be growing soon enough. Lovely. Yeah, I have high hopes for this cherry blossom world business. It's not sturdy barriers, but it should work for all the mobs, as long as it's too high. Oh, can you place these? That seems like that would be cool if you could place these. Oh, and multiple eggs. You know what? We'll save those. Probably it's getting on time towards... oh no, we're going to need those. We got yay much leather, so that's 5 leather. So I would be able to have 3 books, but I'd rather have 2 bookcases. So we're going to go a little bit beyond there. I need 1 more leather to be able to make 2 bookcases that way. Ooh, interesting. I am not sure how you would go about making a dip in upper mid-range frequencies that way. That said, if you can, I can probably figure out how he did it. Okay, 16 more of these. Let's start making this happen. No time like the present. I know I have more iron, so I can just straight up use this up on this, which it's going to do at a pretty rapid rate. All the more so if I can actually walk up into this area, but it's a start. It's a start close to a stack. Oh, and they're stuck. So we're going to have well over a stack. Not counting the ones that are stuck in the branches of the tree. Right there. So now those are going to decay as well, quite rapidly. And those that don't decay, I will shears. At least the ones I can reach. That'll make them decay all the faster. So that gives me close to 2 stacks, and that seems good. Let us now plant a kajillion cherry saplings and be ready to do the same thing over again later. Going to be a dense cluster of cherry saplings. Or trees. Technically, that's what we're talking about. This is not just saplings. We are planting a forest of these trees really close to each other. And then taking all those leaves. And we're going to use up shear after shear doing it. Ah. Looking good. Keep this going. Hi. Pretend I'm not carrying that. It's an optical illusion. Now, we'll leave some of this nice hillside stuff going on, but let's, in the process of luring these guys down into here, first thing we're going to do, apart from be sure to pick up that egg, is we're going to place a handy stop climbing this mountain, please. And we'll go from here, and since we are good for our promises, odd number, sorry dude. And let's, oh wait, we got a few more. Come with me if you do not wish to be harvested immediately. Same with you. See, now if we could tell which one didn't get fed, we'd be able to neatly do all of these ones, but we're not going to be able to tell that. But we are going to be able to tell which ones came this direction. And we ought to be able to tell where that... Okay, so your wandering ways are ending here. Also, don't go wandering down there. That would be bad. We're going to start putting up our... Yeah, see, this is why that was bad. You don't need to be down there. No cows go there. We begin our magical wall literally right here. Bet you can't go around that. So much for that one. Cow's hanging around right over here. What do you guys think you're doing? Here, follow me this way. We're trying to prevent you guys from being able to do that. I don't get to feed you at this point, but all the same, you need to come away from the danger zone. Why do I call it the danger zone? I'll show you. See how dangerous that is? Come on. It's all kinds of dangerous. Also, do I have... No, I don't have seeds, darn it. And how do I only have 5 leather? I was going on a spree here. Do we have any more wandering around? No, but I'm over here. Let's see if we can do even more honeycombs. Don't mind me. Oh, that's the one with the light on it. So the other one's over this way. And it's not ready yet. It has not refreshed yet. Back we go. Ooh, and it is a little ways past 5, so it's technically dinner time. It's apparently also zombie time. Run, run, run. He can't follow me if I run fast, right? Wrong, he totally can. Don't care. I'm going to pass the night and then make a bookcase. Since I can't make multiple bookcase. Hey, John Valentine. And enchant a thing. That's growing up pretty good. The fence is going to be fairly difficult. There's going to be kind of a lot to that, but it's all cool. Even more honeycombs. This is going in the right direction, I feel. And only I don't understand how I didn't get more leather than that. I thought they dropped leather. Meanwhile, this dude over here is going to be annoying. But he is heading for the hills. And these guys can give me a little... Oh, except for they vanish. They would have been able to give me string if they had not been destroyed. Oh, come on. And I'm still not carrying seeds. See, there's your problem. These guys aren't afraid of falling into these holes, and so that's where they're all going. Very annoying. Give me those. Oh, I've got some more. Pretty little flowers. We'll use those for things. We'll put them where the pasture hangs out. Okay, that technically doesn't need to be any taller than that, but I can fill in that gap just for neatness purposes. How about no? How about you give me the leather I wanted because you are not doing as I wished. Very good. Now we got 6 leather. I don't suppose I really need to make them 3 high. Just as long as they follow the correct rules. And also, you cows, how about you don't fall down this hole? Like you have apparently already done. Mercy killing, really? Expensive way of getting out. Diamond sword and all. Oh, now how'd you do that? Again, with the not correct behavior. I swear I'm gonna like have all the books done at this stage. And I wasn't really fixing to do it that aggressively, but watch how it turns out they can get through this no matter how tall it is. They're walking through the leaves rather than being impeded by them. Okay, that's all I've got for now. So we will see whether that gets in the way of any of this stuff. In the meantime, let's bring some of these guys back away from where I don't want them to be. And we'll fence them all in this big wooded area. When we can. Come on, come on, come on. You can play on the mountainside to a point. But I need you to be there. Yeah, I do not often do Minecraft, but this is a chill out week where I'm not putting in as much work. Or rather, I'm putting in the work, but I'm not putting in as much like live streaming of it. And right now, the purpose here is to see whether I can get this situation going. So I'm building a wall out of pretty hedges, and we're seeing how many of these dumb cows wander away from the area. But I also want to make it a big, like, pleasing and not horrific area, because I am going to need to go through and make a full set of bookcases for this place. Speaking of which, 31 sugarcane. Let me at least get a little of this done and maybe do one enchant, which I know how to do the enchants effectively as well. Sort of test them out. Cool. Literally 10 books. That gives me exactly 3 birch bookcases, except for they do not appear to be colored appropriately. Well, what the heck? It's a start. And it's still going to look just fine. Now the runes mix with the falling cherry tree stuff. And me with my 10 levels, I am going to quickly have a look here and see which of these things will go best with enchanting right now. It'd be a shame if it's the boots, because I'm going to need to make gold boots. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, so that's not happening. I need lapis. I completely forgot that lapis was a part of this method. You know what? No biggie. I'll get my lapis eventually. So I wonder if I can make amusingly colored chests. No, it looks like just a regular chest. Whatever. We'll put all this stuff here for now. Which includes dragging it out of here. All the fanciest of stuff, including that. Why not the gold? Sure. Copper. Can you smelt a block of copper into something? I bet you have to make it into individual ingots. Let's find out. Oh yeah. Okay, so the copper smelting is something that's clearly about to be happening. And that goes there. Goes there. We'll finish this off. We'll start the copper smelting. And then it's properly dinner time, which I will start in Minecraft and finish in the real world. Gonna need those. Got these. Got these. And then later, at my own disposal, I'll continue that glorious fence of foliage for keeping the cows in. They seem to not notice. They seem to try to go through it, but I don't think they can. You can hear the magic of this location. It is very magical indeed. Or it will be when I get some lapis. That'll be interesting to figure out where that's come from. So, as promised, when you eat dinner in Minecraft, you're about to eat it in real life. And with that, I'll talk to you later. I hope people have had fun with this Minecrafty thing. There's plenty of other things that I can do, but this is one of them that works out pretty well. So I could spend more time doing this. If I do, I will still be doing the coding, and like I said, I'm thinking I'm going to drop angle EQ this week because it's unusual and it doesn't really fit into anything that I'm doing, but it's neat sounding. And on that note, I'll drop a plugin for you this weekend. Perhaps I'll see you this coming week. Maybe we'll do more of this. Maybe we'll do plugin coding. We'll see. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.